The bronze palace had blood on its surface that had been previously splashed onto it. Now it rushed out as fast as lightning, carrying chaotic energy, unstoppable. This was an immortal artifact. There was a mysterious wave of power that was calling it, guiding it. It quickly headed towards the ancient land where Immortal Palace's inheritance was located. Sure Hao didn't stop it. He knew that this palace definitely had something strange about it. With his current cultivation, it still wasn't enough to control it. If he carried it on him and the artifact spirit suddenly attacked him, he would die without a proper burial. Heaven's tears appeared. A rain of blood poured down from the starry sky, indicating the fall of a generation's supreme being, killed here. This was the first time he killed a supreme being after entering this domain. The Immortal Palace Supreme Being who previously viewed him as an ant and wanted to kill him several times didn't succeed in the end. Now he was killed by Sure Hao instead. Immortal Palace's Supreme Being, before dying, harbored resentment, dying with remaining grievances. It was because the enemy he faced was someone who he previously viewed as an insect, yet this insect became a dragon, soaring into the heavens, actually taking his life in the end. The starry skies became quiet, completely peaceful. Sure Hao made a brief stop here, and then he immediately left into the distance, heading towards a prearranged area in the starry skies to rendezvous with the little dog. "What is the situation?" Sure Hao asked. "There's no way for us to enter. After the immortal formation they're revived. That ancient land has been completely covered. Anyone who enters will die. The small half of the silver dragon essence that escaped cannot be seized," the little dog said regretfully. Then, its expression became strange, saying, "You actually really killed a supreme being. You really are a freak. You only cultivated for a few decades." It revealed a serious expression saying, "The ruined immortal isn't dead, so there will definitely be a great disaster. He will definitely stake it all against you." What it spoke was the truth. In the past, Sure Hao was crippled precisely by the ruined immortal, suffering from the immortal breaking curse. Now, he still hadn't completely gotten rid of the curse. It would flare out every period of time, making him endure a tremendous amount of suffering. This type of ancient curse, once he couldn't hold on anymore, it would immediately completely cripple his cultivation. Sure Hao wanted to see for himself, once he completely withstood it, just what kind of realm he would reach. "Ruined immortal. The day will come when I will fight you," Sure Hao said. 30 years ago he was stopped in front of Immortal Mountain, looked down on by that ruined immortal, able to take his life with a raise of his hand. If not for 5-phase mountain's protection, he would have already died. Despite this being the case, he still returned to the lower realms after enduring great humiliation. The results of today's battle can't be hidden. Many people in the 9 heavens 10 earths will know about it. Even though the scene of heaven's tears appeared in the starry heavens, some people can still sense it. The little dog said. It warned Sure Hao to be careful. If the ruined immortal went crazy and chased after him, things didn't bode well for Sure Hao at all. "It's fine. With the immortal spring eye in hand, he won't be able to jump around for long. He might not even be able to come after me," Sure Hao said. He had reason to think like this, moreover had quite a bit of confidence. It was because the ruined immortal was just too weak, body seriously injured. Without the immortal spring eye's nurturing, he would be in an extremely bad state. The ruined immortal used to be extremely powerful. He faced the Kuan Peng with others, but that process wasn't all that easy. It was precisely during that battle that he was completely crippled. He had great Tao injuries on him, all types of natural laws and order tangling around him, inseparable from his primordial spirit. The reason why he could still remain alive after all this time was completely by relying on that immortal spring eye. He was incredibly weak. Almost an entire great era was spent hiding in the eye of the spring, difficult for him to come out. Last time, he headed to Immortal Mountain's Qin clan to stop Sure Hao. This alone already considered quite the risk, using up a great amount of effort. Normally speaking, he couldn't leave that underground spring eye. Meanwhile, this time, because it involved whether or not he could enter Immortal Domain, he made another exception, going to visit the currently withdrawing Immortal Domain experts, hoping that he could follow them into Immortal Domain. "When I was fleeing, I could vaguely sense that there was a terrifying individual hurrying towards Immortal Palace's ancient land. The little dog said. The ruined Immortal had indeed returned. He stood on the bronze Immortal Palace, overlooking everything in this inheritance, really wanting to go crazy. That Immortal Spring was actually lost, seized by someone. This reality was hard for him to swallow. He was still hoping to rely on that eye of the spring to continue living. Ah! The ruined Immortal roared out, rage rushing into the heavens. He was going crazy, unable to endure this type of loss. Without this Immortal Spring, how was he supposed to spend his days? It was precisely as the little dog said. This Immortal Spring's nurturing was inappropriate, the handling not suitable. As long as it was moved now, a large amount of the Immortal Tao essence would leak out, which was why the ruined Immortal didn't dare rashly move it. Who would have thought that after just leaving for such a short amount of time, the eye of the spring would be seized by someone? Who? Who is it? He was going crazy, his hand grabbing at the heavens, trying to seize that aura. Then, a figure condensed, forming house traces. What? Impossible. How can it be that brat? Wasn't he crippled by me? The ruined Immortal became stupefied, and then he erupted into anger. Nearby, a few creatures exploded under the ruined Immortal's words, directly passing away under his wrath. Many of them Immortal Palace's servants. This matter couldn't be concealed. Some people sensed heaven's tears in the void. What is going on? Which supreme being died? This isn't a darkness aura. It is a supreme being from my side. The ruined Immortal is roaring. It's their old supreme being who died. News transmitted out, shocking all sides. Who is this brazen, actually daring to kill Immortal Palace's supreme being? One has to know that there was a ruined Immortal there. This is equivalent to stroking the bottom of a true dragon, purely seeking death. Who exactly did this? Everyone was discussing this. It was clear that this news couldn't be hidden. There were some who noticed some clues. Apart from this, the youngsters who participated in Broken Shumi Mountain's distinguished gathering were the most sensitive, immediately realizing that this was most likely Huang. In the starry skies, Hao and the little dog quickly left, long leaving the battlefield. They landed on a withered celestial body, going into hiding to avoid the head of the storm. Will the ruined Immortal go crazy and come look for us? I think we should take different paths, the little dog said, really lacking loyalty. Hao remained extremely calm, not scared at all. With his cautious nature, he definitely won't act rashly immediately. He will die if he leaves the Immortal Tao essence for too long, and now that there is only a portion of the spring I left, he will definitely try to think of a way to gather it, then nurture himself, wait for an opportunity. Hao's guess was spot on. For the sake of living, the ruined Immortal only appeared 2 or 3 times in an entire great era, always hiding in the underground spring eye, precisely because he was scared of death. Now, even though he was panicking and in rage, resentful in the end, he still captured the aura in the underground cave, sensing that there was a good amount of the silver dragon still there, leaving him overjoyed. He immediately rushed inside. His expression was incredibly gloomy, starting to think how he was going to get revenge and kill Huang. He was inwardly uneasy. This was just a past little cultivator, someone who was afflicted with the immortal breaking curse under his very hands. How could he make it through? He should be crippled, and then he should have died. The Kuan Peng died under my hands. An inheritor like you can also forget about living. The ruined Immortal's words were ice cold. Today, he went to see the currently withdrawing Immortal Domain experts, but in the end, he didn't obtain a satisfactory answer. He most likely couldn't enter Immortal Domain, the situation extremely bad. The outside world was in disorder. It's Huang, he returned. This name was a bit distant. 30 years already passed. The people of the 9 heavens 10 earths all thought that he had become an ordinary person, completely unrelated to the world of cultivation. However, today they suddenly heard that it was him, so how could they not be shocked? Could be said that after the news went out, it became extremely noisy. The cultivators of the various sects were all incredibly shaken. How could it be him? Wasn't he crippled by the ruined Immortal? You didn't hear? He displayed great might in Broken Shumi Mountain, continuously taking action, capturing 2 of Wang family's dragons, even previously fought with Immortal Wang. Jin family experienced some unexpected changes. Being invaded, this was also done by him. What? The one who slaughtered his way into Jin family and injured Jin Taijun was also Huang. None of the cultivators from various sides could remain calm, all of them stupefied. When news got out, they couldn't help but become horrified. Huang, was this person going to defy the heavens? Someone who only cultivated for a few decades already became a supreme being. In the future, just how far would he reach, how strong would he become? That day, he continuously took action against 3 supreme beings, even killed one of them. Just how terrifying of an achievement was this? This great matter immediately spread through the world under the heavens, triggering a huge uproar. It was as if a meteor smashed into the ocean, creating heaven-reaching waves. Interesting, there was actually such an outstanding youngster. Invite him over, we wish to meet with him. Even the Immortal Domain's expert who was currently leading the troops in retreat was startled, ordering some people to look for Huang. In the depths of the ice-cold and dark cosmos, on a withered celestial body. Sure how quietly breathed in and out, white mist entering and leaving his mouth and nose, turning into white snakes. They swirled around his body, in the end returning to his mouth and nose. As time went on, the scene became more and more mysterious. Large amounts of white radiance emerged from his mouth and nose, noises that were like dragon roars and tiger cries sounding, thunder rumbling as they swirled about his body. He obtained tremendous benefits from that battle. He was currently consolidating his cultivation, condensing his Dao skills. He hid on a small star in the depths of the cosmos. He killed a supreme being in single combat. This type of result was world-shocking. He had just achieved the Dao, yet he could already kill a well-known veteran expert after a bloody battle. This was extremely astonishing. This was the most important battle after Sure Hao became a supreme being. Fighting against another who achieved the Dao brought him extremely deep insights, his benefits great. In his opinion, killing a darkness creature who achieved the Dao couldn't compare at all. In Sure Hao's eyes, the creatures of darkness who became supreme beings after they were corroded by darkness matter and evolved weren't true supreme beings. If not for them having the darkness matter, able to easily corrode the creatures on the 9 heavens side, Sure Hao believed that in a battle at the same level, the so-called darkness supreme beings would all be killed. The universe was endless, the starry skies boundless. If one truly wished to hide, it would take quite a long time for them to be found. Moreover, he was already a supreme being, now intentionally hiding his essence energy. If he retracted all of his aura, it wouldn't matter much even if an expert from Immortal Domain came looking for him. The little dog dozed off at the side. It really wanted to seize the Immortal Spring Eye, but it had been collected by Sure Hao, not given to it to squander away. It was given a share of the Silver Dragon, the essence nurtured within the Immortal Spring Eye. It ate a portion of it, and then carefully stowed the remainder. Its eyes were currently closed, refining what it ingested. This was a great mending substance that could even allow a ruined immortal to continue living. The little dog naturally obtained tremendous benefits from it as well. It felt like its crippled cultivation seemed to slowly be increasing, a new wave of vitality emerging within its body. Sure Hao cultivated peacefully, his mind clear, comprehending his own great Dao path. Just a single instance of seclusion cultivation lasted more than 2 months. Meanwhile, in his own consciousness, he instead felt as if only 4 hours had passed. The moment he opened his eyes, 2 streaks of divine radiance rushed out from this celestial body, illuminating the dark universe. This was Sure Hao's gaze, sharp and penetrating. Youngster, not bad, your Dao skills have made progress. You really are a freak. Don't tell me you were raised on immortal dragon eggs or something. How is your cultivation speed so fast? I love eating dog meat, especially dog meat hot pot. This is what helped me grow up. Sure Hao said with a smile, stretching out his body. Bark. The little dog was extremely fierce, directly throwing itself over, tearing at Sure Hao fiercely. In its opinion, Sure Hao was definitely provoking it. Hao wanted to test out his Dao fruit, so he wanted to try things out against this extremely mysterious little dog. In an instant, great winds stirred about, the stars shaking. Great Dao radiance was like ripples, spreading in all directions, affecting some stars and meteorites. Under these mysterious ripples, they all silently turned into cosmos dust. The little dog's cultivation wasn't enough. It fell off the divine altar, but its flesh was beyond compare. Apart from this, its Dao skills weren't completely useless either. It was still a powerful individual. At the very least, normal supreme beings couldn't do anything to it. After a long time passed, this place became quiet. Hao sat down, starting to breathe in and out again, starting to cultivate. The little dog almost erupted in anger, because one of its eyes was beaten black and blue. Apart from this, the fur on its tail was almost plucked clean. There was blood at the corners of its lips as well. This was completely intolerable. However, when Hao tossed over the everlasting sword core into its little claws, its temper immediately disappeared, jolting its buttocks, revealing a smile, hugging it and no longer causing trouble. I'm going to state this clearly now. I'm lending it to you for a month so you can find out its origins. I'm not giving it to you, Hao said. Don't worry. This isn't like an undying herb. I can't bite through it or break it. The little dog said. If it really was a stalk of long-life medicine, immortal spring eye or something else that landed in its hands, then there really would be no hope of getting it back. Hao didn't pay it any more attention, starting to cultivate, examining his own body's methods. Immortal mist swirled above his head, wisps gathering into 3 waves, moving about like 3 true dragons. Then, another appeared, even more thick. After moving about, it rushed into his body. Above his head, the 3 waves of energy turned into flowers, gradually starting to produce fruit. There were some fruits that ripened, and then the instant they split apart, there was a figure seated on top. These were mysterious transformation outsiders couldn't see through, couldn't comprehend. Only Hao slowly experienced everything alone. Half a month later, he woke up again. This time, he completely concluded his cultivation. The blood energy on his body was immediately released, instantly becoming much richer. His body was like a furnace, illuminating the entire dark cosmos, grand and incomparable powerful. The little dog sucked in a cold breath of air, couldn't help but say, "You really are a monster. You are already on the verge of reaching supreme being mid-stage." Hao was breaking through. The little dog felt like this was truly absurd. This fella too heaven-defying. Wasn't his cultivation speed a bit too fast? Could it be that he really was born to cultivate, someone who was destined to become the leading figure of a generation? This type of cultivation speed simply left one speechless. The little dog was extremely shocked, completely lost for words. It muttered to itself, was this an individual truly born to undergo tribulations? The world raged, that day would eventually come. Would there really be a creature like this who would rise up powerfully during that time? The little dog looked like it had seen a ghost. It's time for us to head back. I believe the ruined immortal should have swallowed that resentment by now. He didn't go crazy. Not searching the world for me, Hao said. 2 streaks of light tore through the starry sky, heading towards a region of life, leaving this ice-cold and deathly still starry domain. It was precisely as Hao had predicted. The ruined immortal erupted in anger, but in the end, he still endured it. He still feared death too much in the end, not daring to squander away its limited bit of lifespan. During these past 2 years, the 9 heavens 10 earths were in chaos, difficult to calm down. Huang reappeared in this world, overturning reasoning. This exceeded everyone's expectations. He was able to survive even after being afflicted with the immortal breaking curse. His Dao skills not lost at all, still became a supreme being. This was simply a miracle. He fought a great battle against Jin Taijun, fought a darkness supreme being, slaughtered Wang family's people, killed Immortal Palace's supreme being. These matters, which one of them wasn't enough to shock the world? Moreover, they were all linked up together, all happening in the same day. All clans were shocked. Many people immediately couldn't sit still. They were incredibly fretful and uneasy. Huang's name was spreading through the entire world. After not seeing him for 30 years, his return caused such a great disturbance, engulfing the entire world in disorder. He was just a single person, yet he affected the 9 heavens 10 earths, the 4 seas all shocked. Huang was extremely powerful, his style just like the past. This type of methods, this type of ability, who could compare? Everyone sensed that unless Immortal Domain's people took action, there were likely not many people left who could keep him in check. Even if Immortal Huang was the number 1 in the mortal world, if he wanted to kill Huang, it might still be difficult. Everyone had reason to believe that the young Huang, even if he hadn't reached full maturity yet, he could still escape and protect himself. Immortal Domain's people are looking for Huang. Is this a blessing or misfortune? I believe that it is an instance of luck. Huang's aptitude is enough to suppress Immortal Domain's creatures. That might not necessarily be the case either. Perhaps someone wishes to capture him, see if he has any secrets on him. Otherwise, why is there a need to be this open about it? During these past 2 months, everyone discussed among themselves. They were all guessing at Huang's whereabouts, as well as where he was going to go. However, Immortal Domain's people were withdrawing. In the 2 months, the great army withdrew. Some people were still stationed here, but even these people were leaving bit by bit. During this period, there were rebellions. Some people couldn't return to Immortal Domain, completely abandoned, but they were ultimately all forcefully subdued. Immortal Domain's people are going to leave, and they might leave completely this time. When that time comes, who can keep Huang in check? A few people sighed, inwardly worried. It was clear that these people were those who had previously stood against Shi Hao, standing on Wang family, Jin family, and Immortal Palace's side. The ruined Immortal actually endured, not taking action. Could it be that even he is scared? Haha. This really feels good. Killing a supreme being, worthy of being Huang. This type of battle accomplishment is worth drinking a few glasses over. The reactions of different sides were different. Some were worried, while others were happy, laughing joyously. The most recent news states that Immortal Domain's emissary hurried to Immortal Palace, issuing a decree berating the ruined Immortal. Huang suffered from the Immortal breaking curse, but didn't die. His power drew the attention of a few creatures from Immortal Domain. Some experts believed that the ruined Immortal ought to be punished, actually daring to harm this type of genius. Moreover, after clamoring for 2 months, someone passed the decree berating Immortal Domain's lineage, completely ending all hope of the ruined Immortal entering Immortal Domain. They clearly told him that he could forget about it. On top of all of this, when that decree was passed down, they even told him to shut himself in and ponder over his mistakes, that he couldn't appear, that he shouldn't cause any more trouble. They further mentioned that not killing him was to let him atone for his crimes. He had to face the creatures of darkness that didn't retreat when the time came, or else an immortal killing blade would come for him, personally take his life. When this news was announced, the entire world was in an uproar. No one thought that there would actually be this result. Immortal Domain's attitude towards the ruined Immortal was extremely cold. This was to punish him, blame him for previously offending heaven and reason, not distinguishing between right and wrong, harming Huang's Tao foundation. Not killing him was just for him to atone for his crime. This conclusion was extremely terrifying. It meant that if he didn't do well, some people from Immortal Domain would immediately take his life. I never expected this. Huang was actually sheltered by some people in Immortal Domain, regarded this highly. The ruined Immortal is in huge trouble. Haha. This really is a punishment that fits the crime. Back then, this ruined Immortal put on such airs, acting incredibly domineeringly, rushing to Immortal Mountain, insisting on crippling Huang, who established great merit in Desolate Border. Now, it's his turn to feel fear. When this news got out, everyone's reactions were different. There were some people who were overjoyed, and then there were some people who sucked in cold breaths of air. Currently, Immortal Domain was withdrawing, the darkness creatures also backing up, so it was already noisy, an extremely chaotic scene. Now that this type of thing happened, the 9 heavens 10 earths became increasingly uncalm. Previously, the Long Life families were still trying to boost support, attacking Huang, claiming that he was an indiscriminate murderer, but now they all kept quiet out of fear. Their families already chose the paths they were to take. They had to head into Immortal Domain, so they didn't hope to see anything unexpected happen now. However, not long after this decree was released, another emissary appeared in Immortal Palace. This time, the wording was more tactful. Even though there was blame, there was no punishment. A bottle of medicine even bestowed to Immortal Palace, allowing the ruined immortal to preserve his life so that he could slaughter enemies in the future. What did this mean? The 3,000 provinces immediately became quiet, the people of the 9 heavens also becoming stupefied. Immortal Domain passed down a different decree, the intentions different. Everyone sensed that there were some who were opposed to the ruined immortal, but there were others who wished to protect him, having different attitudes, coming from different sects. It seems like the ruined immortal's origins are not simple. It is rumored that the later decree came from a young great one from a certain Immortal Domain ancient inheritance. The 9 heavens 10 earths could not calm down, everyone developing more and more suspicions. That day, Hao came out of his seclusion, returning from the depths of the cosmos. When he heard these things, his brows furrowed deeply. Immortal Domain's so-called young great one, was it the same youngster from back then, the one who plotted against Void God Realm's darkness heavenly prison? He had previously sent 2 groups of people into Void God Realm, but all of them were subdued in the end. Not long afterwards, there was news that came out, that this ruined immortal was related to a certain king in Immortal Domain. Heavens! Is this true? He is the descendant of a certain ancient immortal king. No wonder. This type of person will definitely be protected. He won't die. It was because Immortal Domain's troops still hadn't completely withdrawn yet. There were some who couldn't leave for the rest of their lives. They passed out some secrets outsiders didn't know about. These secret rumors were unimaginable. There was no way for everyone else to know about them. It was rumored that Immortal Palace's ruined immortal came from Immortal Domain, previously here to command troops. However, he cherished his life greatly, not stepping out and fighting, cared a lot about living. That was why he lived. However, this type of attitude annoyed some experts in Immortal Domain. Even if he was the descendant of an ancient immortal king, he was still punished, not allowed to return to the immortal earth. Just like that, he remained in this realm. There were 3 ruined immortals who had committed great mistakes like him, their circumstances similar. At the start of the Great Era, they discovered the seriously wounded Kuan Peng. Together with some experts at the peak of Mortal Dao, they led a great army to surround it, successfully harming it. It was rumored that the reason why they surrounded it was related to them being banished to this world. The Kuan Peng in Immortal Domain had always acted against the ruined immortals, determined to banish them. This touched upon a deeply rooted opposition in Immortal Domain. When these secrets were revealed, even if it was just odd bits and pieces, it still triggered a great uproar in the 9 heavens 10 earths, causing quite a great commotion. The ruined immortal truly is scum. Those with more upright temperaments couldn't help but curse out. Huang's troubles are now bigger. The ruined immortal actually has this type of background. Even if he cannot return to Immortal Domain in this life, he will still receive some protection. There were some who spoke like this, as if releasing a breath of relief, feeling like not everyone in Immortal Domain admired Huang. Just this secret rumor created a great uproar. The various clans all began to discuss this. Kacha! A streak of blood-colored lightning cut across the sky, interweaving between the 9 heavens 10 earths. Many people felt a chill run through their hearts. In recent years, all types of terrifying irregular scenes appeared in this world, the Great Tao aura becoming increasingly abnormal. It was at times vague, impossible to sense, but at times violent, about to cut down all life. An age without cultivation really was going to completely arrive. Its terrifying effects were just too great, leaving everyone horrified. During this critical time, the darkness creatures were backing up, Immortal Domain also withdrawing. Meanwhile, there were even some things that happened between the ruined immortal and Huang. His world was definitely going to become increasingly chaotic. The creatures of darkness have withdrawn. Look, The darkness matter is no longer as thick, becoming more and more sparse. Someone cried out, becoming extremely happy. However, with a Hong noise, heaven and earth collided, the 9 heavens 10 earths merging. There was another portion of the ancient great continent that linked up, finally becoming one entity. In just a few days, a few people's souls trembled, feeling like they were experiencing Judgment Day. This wasn't good news at all. The creatures of darkness hurriedly withdrew, because they felt the terror of an age without cultivation, running for their lives. When Shurhao returned, he quietly experienced the changes of this world. He didn't feel any fear, not trying to enter immortal domain. Meanwhile, during these days, the various great long-life families used all of their methods to enter immortal domain. They all wanted to leave this world that was gradually becoming devoid of cultivation. The effects were too great, some negative effects appearing. For example, some creatures who lived over 1,000,000 years, but weren't supreme beings yet began to wither away one after another, their lifespans reaching their end. In reality, there was a portion of people who already died in meditation ahead of time. An age without cultivation really was arriving, it was gradually approaching. It was hard to imagine just what kind of result there would be in the end. Was that day really going to come, when one couldn't cultivate in this world anymore? Would there be no more cultivators left? Now, there were even supreme beings who would die from old age. The most powerful individuals' lifespans were reduced by 100-fold. Shurhao waited a few days, but no one looked for him. The ruined immortal didn't show himself, so he gradually calmed down, going to seek out his old friends. It was because he already knew that most of these people were most likely going to enter immortal domain. He released a light sigh. After this separation, he didn't know when they would be able to meet again. According to what he heard, once they entered immortal domain, for the sake of escaping the influence of an age without cultivation, those immortal domain gates would shut, impossible to open again in a short period of time. For immortal domain, the so-called short period of time might easily be hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps half a great era, perhaps even until an entire great era passed. This long period of separation was already equivalent to eternal parting. If Shurhao didn't enter immortal domain, then he might die of old age in this world. An age without cultivation, supreme beings could only live 10,000 or so years. If an even crueler and more severe age arrived, an age when one truly couldn't cultivate anymore appeared, the younger supreme beings might only have a few thousand years to live. As for which course to follow, Shurhao was also faced with a choice. He had to give up something. According to what he knew, Qingyi and heaven-mending Dao were headed into immortal domain. There shouldn't be any mistake here. Sky-severing sect, Wang family and others should have a chance of entering too. 10 Crown King, Shi, Tugu Yulong, Lan Xian, Great Su Tua, and the others, if nothing unexpected happened, these geniuses should also be chosen to enter immortal domain. The ones Shurhao recognized, as long as they were outstanding, they would all leave this realm. Was this world going to be abandoned? Shurhao sighed. Many people were going to leave. He didn't know what would remain after an age without cultivation. Once the cruelest age descended, would there truly be no Tao left to speak of? A clear breeze blew past. Shurhao began to move about, stepping on the yellow leaves, moving forward. I am going to go. The little dog actually suddenly said this. And what left Shurhao slightly shocked was that when he woke up, this little dog was actually going to leave so suddenly. Despite being rather fierce and cunning, its background also mysterious. After following him for a few months, they developed some friendly relations. Where are you going? Shurhao asked. Immortal domain, the little dog said with an extremely sunken expression, no longer carrying its past carefreeness, nor did it act fiercely. Instead, its mood was heavy, as if it had many things to consider. This type of temperament was completely different from its past nature. Acting this serious isn't your style, Shurhao said. Who can see through who can hide everything? This world is becoming more and more complicated. Our laughter and good times in the mortal realm will still become things of the past in the end. The little dog said to itself. Shurhao was shocked. Did this little dog get provoked or something? Why do you suddenly want to enter immortal domain? Shurhao asked. Perhaps that is my true place of return. There are some old matters that I never obtained answers from, so I need to seek them out. The little dog replied. According to what it said, an age without cultivation was going to arrive. Immortal domain's gates were definitely going to completely close. The duration might be as long as a great era. If it didn't enter now, then there wouldn't be a chance anymore. Don't you have enemies there? Xianxia reminded. Its so-called human pet had long achieved immortality. If he discovered that the little dog entered, he might just skin it alive. Even though I might die, I have no choice. I previously followed without end Immortal King. I have no choice but to repay this gratitude. The little dog replied. Now, it no longer called itself an Immortal King, but rather remained extremely serious like an old pedant, no longer acting frivolously, not acting brazenly. Without end Immortal King, even though he was from the 9 heavens 10 earths, he had also visited Immortal Domain, sought the limits of the great Tao, verifying some things. When Xianxia heard this, he was quite shocked. What did without end Immortal King need to verify? He was proficient in the great Tao of time. Later on, he previously researched the changes of time with Reincarnation Immortal King, as well as Reincarnation, wishing to see if there were certain rules and laws of behavior. Laws of behavior? Xianxia's interest was seized. Following Emperor Collapse to Immortal Ancient, and then to the future's great showdown, is there an ultimate reincarnation, or are there some people who will reincarnate? The little dog said with a sunken voice. What are you trying to say? Xianxia's expression became extremely serious. This topic was a bit heavy and also a bit lofty. Starting from Emperor Collapse, great eras have passed one after another. This is like a terrifying reincarnation. The world's changes. Is this a process? The little dog said. Also, the so-called Great Showdown, is this the ending? Those who have the qualifications to participate, are they the ones pushing this reincarnation cycle? Or are they going to be the ones reincarnated? The little dog said to itself. Xianxia knew that even though it only spoke about bits and pieces, it revealed many things. These were clues that without end Immortal King and Reincarnation Immortal King discovered, the things they were trying to clear up. Is it really the events of the past that are reincarnating, or the people who are? The little dog continued. You wish to find out these things in Immortal Domain? Xianxia asked. With my Tao skills, I most likely won't be able to. I won't be able to get further than without end Immortal King and Reincarnation Immortal King. The little dog shook its head. Then what do you wish to achieve? Xianxia was confused. I only wish to find without end Immortal King. I do not want him to die. The little dog carried grief. Xianxia was stunned. Didn't without end Immortal King die? His blood soaked the war banner. Buried in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Even his bell ruined. Lacking the artifact spirit, becoming a bell. He did die, but I can't accept it. The little dog released a low roar, his emotions downcast, carrying the sorrow that spanned across endless time. What could this change? Even if he went, it would still be meaningless. Even though Xianxia didn't say anything more, he lightly patted its shoulder. No, that's not it. Perhaps there might be a place where it really might be able to change something. The little dog said. It couldn't fully comprehend the great Tao achievements of without end Immortal King, nor could it see through Reincarnation Immortal King's research results, but it still listened to some of their discussions. The little dog didn't believe that it could completely understand this type of reasoning, but it heard that there might be a place that was full of variables. There is a place where without end can be found again. The little dog's eyes gradually developed spirit, becoming more and more resolute. There was a place? That place is linked to the heavens, to the spirit, to the past and present, perhaps able to display a miracle. The little dog said firmly. This was a place without end and Reincarnation Immortal Kings had brought up. They previously wanted to go there and examine this place, one of the secret lands they wanted to use to verify what they knew. Unfortunately, they didn't have time to do these things. The most intense great battle suddenly erupted, giving up their lives on the battlefield. Goodbye. I feel that you are quite special. I can vaguely recall memories of you. I don't know if it was because of the corner of the future that was seen, or if there is a mysterious type of feeling a type of enlightenment. Before leaving, the little dog was extremely serious, staring at Xianxia actually saying this. In reality, Xianxia could already tell that this little dog felt disdain beneath contempt for others, extremely insolent, immediately calling others human pet, but towards him, even though there was a bit of bickering, it still acted with a bit of propriety, extremely careful. It was as if it innately felt some type of fear towards Xianxia's potential. Even if it dared to bare its fangs, it didn't dare go too far. "You've seen a corner of my future?" Xianxia said. "You know that my body was previously hacked until it was ruined. When I was buried there, my primordial spirit was almost completely scattered, almost nothing left. Even though that place innately nurtures corpses, nurtures the soul, after being buried for a great era, whether I am still myself is up for debate. I only have some remnant wills, many things impossible for me to recall." The little dog said, its head lowered. Its words were heavy, carrying a type of indescribable sorrow. It was because it pretty much died in battle back then. Now, it was nothing more than a bit of ruined soul fragments that regained sentience in a corpse, producing a new primordial spirit. From a certain perspective, it was already no longer the past expert. Being able to recall some things of the past was already heaven-defying. When one is alive, there will always be some type of goal. "Youngster, goodbye. There shouldn't be any more chances for us to see each other in this life. If there is reincarnation, then let us meet again in the distant future." The little dog left. It went to look for a path, wishing to see if there was anything miraculous there, wishing to see someone from the past. It left just like that. Xianxia was a bit disappointed and frustrated. He still had many things he wanted to ask it, but he momentarily didn't know where to start from. He chased after it, silently seeing it off, wishing to speak out several times. "This realm, this great era, is already beyond saving. You need to make your own decision soon." The little dog turned around. "Are things really that bad? Do you feel that you have the power to cut through 10,000 ages with a single blade? Or, in other words, do you have the most important strength? A sword to sever 10,000 ages, one generation, one reincarnation. In the long river of time, the rise and fall of great eras, just how many powerful individuals were there? Can you stop them? Can you slaughter your way through? Even if only one creature emerges from a great era, they will still be hard to face." The little dog left, completely disappearing. Immortal Domain's gate was flowing with light and color. There was a metal gate there that plugged up the void, separating the two realms. It could only be said that the realm was too powerful. Having a gate forged together by those with unmatched magical force could sever the bridge between heaven and earth. If it didn't open again, no one could break in. Groups after groups of people departed, heading on the path of return. Generally speaking, these people all felt a great burden released from them when they entered through the gate. They weren't abandoned, they could go back. Recently, there were many people who died. The ones who fought with the creatures of darkness, contaminated by the darkness substance, could never return in this life. They started to rebel but were ruthlessly put down. Among them, some of them turned around, seeking refuge in the various life-restricted regions of the 9 heavens. After this, everything would end. They were all returning without achieving anything, the cultivationless age still completely descending. They had to leave. The little dog came, turning into a small golden cat, hiding inside of a young lady's embrace. It narrowed its eyes, in the end looking towards the distant heaven and earth. Its eyes carried disappointment and frustration, carried regret. It had previously said that even if it was going to die, it still wanted to be buried in this land, but now it had to leave. The true dragon blood divine cat had naturally been suppressed by it as well, taking its place. It was going to secretly follow a great figure's daughter into immortal domain, and then seek out without end's whereabouts. Xianxia also came, but the little dog had already left, successfully entering immortal domain. Xianxia stood in the distance, watching quietly. That metal gate was extremely sturdy. He could sense that it condensed the imprints of more than a single immortal king. No creatures of this realm could break through it. He had previously entered immortal domain with Sanzang and Shenming. At that time, the gate they entered through was a stone gate, Not this one. While watching groups leave one after another, he released a light sigh. What path should he take? Should he also go into Immortal Domain? Were there people waiting there with a trap for him to jump into? Xianxia turned around, firmly and resolutely leaving into the distance. Perhaps he had to immediately say his goodbyes to some old friends. There were some people who were still here. It wasn't too late yet to see them. Not heading in that place that all cultivators looked forward to. The enchanting great sacred world, Immortal Domain. In the 9 heavens 10 earths, during these past 30 years, over half of it had been corrupted by darkness matter, becoming a place ordinary creatures couldn't step foot into. However now, the black mist spread, the true mysterious creatures behind it withdrawing. Before Immortal Domain's cultivators and creatures of darkness left, it was undoubtedly chaotic. There was no way for this place to be at peace. This was especially the case later on, with strange creatures appearing from time to time, unleashing slaughter. They came from the darkness, going far from home to search for what they needed. Apart from this, there were also those abandoned by Immortal Domain, as well as some individuals from Immortal Domains who had different motives, secretly plotting things, blood-purging a few inheritances to obtain heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They were about to leave. The various powers all felt uneasy, all of them wishing to seize what they could before leaving. Pooh! A head flew. That person carried unwillingness as well as shock. It was because he was a half-supreme being about to achieve the Tao, but he was still killed by a youngster. Xianxia's face was expressionless. When doing this matter, his heart was as cold as steel. Along the way, he slaughtered more than one group of people. Among them were darkness experts, as well as Immortal Domain cultivators. You locusts, you still want to plunder a bit before leaving? This world has already been beaten into ruins by you all, causing the cultivationless age to arrive ahead of time, Xianxia said coldly. It was precisely under this type of circumstances that the 9 heavens 10 earths became unprecedentedly chaotic. Everyone was panicking, many inheritances unable to sit still. Even long-life families were going to leave, not hesitating to exchange their clan's true scriptures and other things, let alone these ordinary clans. In reality, at this point, even the higher level of Immortal Domain stationed here, those powerful leaders, turned a blind eye to these things, not paying attention to these troublemakers, only hoping that they could return smoothly. There were restrictions set by the higher-ups that each day only a set amount of people can return. It was because they still had to be on guard against a final assault from the creatures of darkness. My Wang family is finally about to leave. However, eldest brother, Brother 5 and Brother 8 all landed in Huang's hands. We cannot even find him. We need to find him and kill him. Wang family's dragons were discussing this. After Immortal Wang's association with others, his dealings with Immortal Domain's experts, they obtained an opportunity, their entire sect able to enter Immortal Domain. The chaos calming art, for Immortal Domain's highest level inheritance, was extremely enticing. He won't be able to continue living. I hope Father can find him, and then personally end his life, and not let someone else deal with him. Wang family's dragons' faces were cold, carrying killing intent. What left them regretful was that Immortal Wang was currently extremely busy, needing to do some negotiating with Immortal Domain. Us brothers should head out together. If we are together with the formation support, we should be able to kill him. Together with Old Nine's cultivation reaching such a great level now, already a world-shocking expert, we have enough certainty of success. While Wang family was discussing among themselves, other clans were also discussing this. There were some who were excited, some who were moved, but also some who were disappointed. Long-life families, these clans pretty much all had a solution, obtaining the qualifications to enter Immortal Domain. Huang, it truly is a pity that I actually cannot kill you, unable to get rid of this hatred. It truly is one of my greatest regrets in this life. Inside Jin family, Jin Taijun roared, her face warping, full of resentment. Last time, Xianxia chased after her, slaughtering his way into Jin family, almost making her suffer irreversible harm. This was a great humiliation. The glorious long-life Jin family, known as one of the most powerful families of this great era, was actually tossed and turned by a younger generation like this. Sure Hao began to walk quietly alone, unknowingly when he arrived outside heaven-mending Dao. This was a sacred Pure Land on equal footing with a long-life family. It could be considered an everlasting and imperishable inheritance. My humble self is Hongzhen. I admire heaven-mending Dao's fairy Yuchan greatly. I have come to seek an audience with her. Sure Hao actually saw this scene. It was a white-clothed young man who brought some people with him, standing outside heaven-mending Dao's gate, wishing to see this sect's holy lady. He came to see Qing Yi? Sure Hao said quietly, not getting close. In reality, when he got closer, with his incomparably powerful, transcendent-like supreme being divine senses, he already sensed that there were other people waiting around. There were people who were guarding that place like a tree stump for rabbits. Were they waiting for him to go up, wishing to ambush him here? Even if it was a supreme being, it would be hard to develop this type of vague feeling. It was because they were hidden just too well. Who was this Hongzhen? What did he have to do with the hidden experts? Sure Hao released a light sigh. As a cultivator, regardless of where one was, they could blend into their surroundings. Even though they still experienced times of hubbub and joy, they always moved between life and death dangers. With an age without cultivation approaching, the various great powers were all about to leave. Did these people still wish to scheme against him? Hongzhen admires heaven-mending Dao's fairy Yuchan. I came specially to meet you. That white-clothed youngster spoke up again. The people at his side were all extremely strong. At this time, they released wisps of great Dao aura. There were people who walked over from where the mountain gate was, also dressed in white clothes, beautiful like immortals. My clan is willing to guide the entire heaven-mending Dao's entire sect into immortal domain. The white-clothed youngster Hongzhen said. Why have you arranged troops outside my heaven-mending Dao? Qing Yi spoke. She walked out together with some important figures from the sect. I heard that recently, there was a human cultivator named Huang who has acted in an extremely fierce and savage manner. I worry that he might cause trouble, so I wish to capture and kill him here. Hongzhen replied with a smile. In the distance, Sure Hao's expression became grave. This was arranged by Hongzhen's family. Were there some parties who didn't wish for peace even before leaving? He sensed that this was most likely the immortal domain Hong family the little dog had previously subdued, their old ancestor called a human pet. More than 2 months ago, when he captured Wang De, there were people from Hong family who stepped out, scared by the little dog until they trembled in fear, knelt on the ground. Now, did this clan wake up? Did they not feel any more fear? They actually came here to ambush him. Sure Hao was quiet like a green lotus, not moving at all. His feet stood in the air watching all of this. You can leave, Qing Yi said. Distinguished heir, my sect already has another way. Soon we will all migrate over. An elder also spoke. Heh, is that so? So there were other immortal domain inheritances that reached agreements with you all? However, I didn't come here purely for Fairy Yuchan. I also wish to capture and kill Huang. The white-clothed Hongzhen said indifferently. His hands were moved behind his back, his expression turning a bit cold. 3 supreme beings? They really know how to make moves. However, they want to ambush me without an immortal, Sure Hao said quietly. He silently drew the sword core, and then rushed into action. In that instant, it was as if a comet smashed into the great earth, tearing apart the heavens, fast to the point where no one could react. A sword cut across the skies. Cold radiance illuminated the 9 heavens. Pooh! Sword energy crushed the universe, sweeping over. Before Hongzhen could react at all, the space between his brows was already struck, blood gushing everywhere. His eyes were completely widened as he fell on his back, corpse collapsing here. There were supreme beings here wishing to ambush Huang, yet they couldn't even react in time. No one expected Huang to be here at this moment. One sword cut across the heavens. Cold light flickered like chains of stellar streams, sweeping through the universe. Hongzhen directly died, a bloody hole that wasn't all that large appearing between his brows, continuously dripping blood, already a corpse. Ah! The people nearby screamed out. There were supreme beings who released roars, shocking heaven and earth, the heavens immediately exploding. They never expected for Huang to take action decisively at this moment, resolute and vicious. A sword ended Hong family's up-and-coming youngster, this heroic talent withering away, blood splashing across this sacred earth. This type of sound was enough to make the suns, moons, and stars fall, crush numerous experts to death. But Hong family's supreme beings didn't attack heaven-mending Tao. The sound waves were immediately withdrawn, the destructive force disappearing. With a so noise, a supreme being appeared in front of Hong Zhen, endless auspicious multicolored light rushing out from his palm, wishing to save his life. However, how could this be possible? The attack of a supreme being was something a self-release realm genius could not withstand no matter how brilliant he was. Hong Zhen's body looked fine, but with just a slight touch, he turned into a rain of light. One streak of sword energy severed 3 worlds. Even if there was reincarnation, even if there was an afterlife, this person would still be completely dead, rebirth turning to nothing. That sword energy was like a tide, long destroying all life force. After the rain of light passed, everything turned to ashes. Dong! There were people who faced each other in the skies. The other 2 supreme beings attacked, wishing to capture Shi Hao. With 3 great experts here, Huang actually dared to act so unrestrained. The one who he killed was Hong Zhen, but what was cut was their dignity. Qi, the 3rd supreme being also attacked, giving up on Hong Zhen, rushing murderously into the heavens. Heaven-mending Tao was located in a spiritual refined place. There were divine mountains everywhere, full of white mist, rising auspicious brilliance, truly a beautiful place. Draconic energy surged into the air. In this place, there were floating islands, ancient cities that didn't fall, as well as fragrant divine medicines, even more so immortal Tao remains. Today, a great battle happened outside the mountain gate. Their formations completely revived, not daring to hesitate for even a moment. The sect protecting Great Formation activated, releasing streak after streak of immortal energy. Huang truly possesses a world-shocking divine might, an elder said with a sigh. This type of individual in an entire great era, there can only be one. Another nodded. No matter how strong he is, so what? Will he be able to enter immortal domain? All of his achievements have already reached their limit. Another elder said, shaking his head. This represented different attitudes in heaven-mending Tao. Qing Yi's eyes were like water, calmly looking forward. Brilliant divine multicolored light was released from the depths of her eyes. Her white clothes fluttered about, immortal Tao energy becoming more and more rich. However, her heart wasn't calm at all. Deep within her, there was great conflict. Sometimes she was Yuchan, but sometimes she became Qing Yi. The past bits and traces appeared one after another. In this life, her fate trajectory was constantly tangled with that person's. What course should she take? What should she give up on? What kind of choice should she make? Qing Yi's eyes became misty, carrying bits of water. In a daze, the scenes of the past appeared one after another, rushing towards her. Immediately afterwards, she became quiet, cold like the moon, carrying an aloof aura. This was Yuchan. She was already striving to transcend, to not have any other thoughts in this life, only wishing to achieve immortality. The ways of the secular world, all of it had to be severed. She could brandish her sword, hack off these final last thoughts. Qing Yi, are you still there? In the heavens above, Shi Hao rushed about, fighting against the 3 great supreme beings. He looked down, asking like this. You should leave, do not think about the past anymore. Qing Yi has already cut off her thoughts of the past. Wishing to ascend the path of heaven, enter immortal domain. An elder from heaven-mending Tao said, Little friend, you should just leave quickly. Otherwise, you might alert some who bear malice against you. Among them, there was one who was quite amiable, advising like this. Shi Hao looked towards Qing Yi, asking, Are you going to leave this realm? Qing Yi's body moved. She slowly raised her arm, as if she wanted to wave, but soon afterwards, That jade arm froze, not moving anymore. She was experiencing more and more internal conflict. The two souls that merged into one seemed like they wanted to split apart again, clashing. This represented a completely human natural state of mind. What should she do? Please leave, another person from Heaven Mending Dao said, staring at Xianxia. In order to bring the entire sect into immortal domain, they developed close relations with an ancient and powerful inheritance. They might have to rely on that individual who was born with the great aptitude of an immortal king. Even though the current Huang was truly powerful, he was at odds with some of immortal domain's inheritances. They already received quite a bit of information, and as such didn't wish for side issues to keep growing. For example, the ancestor of the ruined immortal and the inheritance of a certain young great one. Both of them previously had conflict with Huang. Entering immortal domain was something even Heaven Mending Dao had to be careful with. If their relationship with Huang was too close, then that might produce many unpredictable situations. Qing-yi, Xianxia shouted, his voice becoming louder. Heaven Mending Dao. In this place, spiritual mountains appeared one after another, incredibly hazy, white mists swirling about. A beautiful figure stood there, hesitating, pacing back and forth. In the end, she seemed to be shaking her head. Little friend, you should leave. Please take care of yourself. Heaven Mending Dao's Dao Lord spoke. Finally, Qing-yi stood there, slowly shaking her head. Understood. Goodbye, Xianxia said, and then he fiercely rushed into the heavens. Where do you think you are going? The three great experts chased after him together, wishing to kill Huang, capture him. Right at this time, Xianxia's body split into three. When the three great Dao flowers bloomed, it was as if he had a few more bodies. They separately rushed towards different directions. He left just like that. Qing-yi's heart fiercely pulled back, feeling great pain, even greater disappointment and frustration. She raised her jade-like arm, reaching it towards the heavens. In Heaven Mending Dao, everyone revealed expressions of shock. They never expected this young genius who shocked the 9 heavens 10 earths to be this decisive, leaving into the distance just like that. There were also those who felt disappointment and frustration. Anyone could see Huang's exceptional talent. This type of person, if he entered immortal domain, if he could achieve immortality, just what kind of domineering presence would he have? Unfortunately, he wasn't going, and in this world, there was no way of achieving immortality. It was impossible now, it would also be impossible in the future. This realm was destined to enter an age without cultivation. Who can create a miracle? Who can break through the shackles? There wasn't even any way of cultivating anymore. What immortal ascension was there to speak of? Who? In the distance, there was a streak of heaven-reaching sword radiance, expanses of stars hacked down. Apart from this, there was an arm that fell from above together with a shoulder. The supreme beings from immortal domain, while separately chasing after Huang, one of them was cleaved in half. His entire body was falling, carrying a rain of blood. The blood of supreme beings could destroy mountains and rivers. Everything rumbled with loud noise, the scene horrifying. Everyone from Heaven Mending Dao was horrified when they saw this. This was precisely Huang. Before he left, he still delivered the stunning blade strike, slicing off the arm of one of the supreme beings. However, the scene still wasn't done. Suddenly, a divine rainbow light descended from above, too fast, as if it was an emperor's star from the distant past, smashing down on all things. Hung Long. This was Huang. He actually didn't withdraw, but rather pressed forward, slaughtering his way back, chasing after the wounded individual, wishing to kill him. Hong family's supreme being was greatly alarmed. Huang was just too daring, actually daring to act like this. Younger generation, where do you think you are going? The other two chased after fake targets, but now, they crazily slaughtered their way back. Pong! The supreme being who lost an arm was rammed into by that immortal king-like figure descending from the sky. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, flying outwards, moreover suffering another cut. With a pu sound, after being cut by this sword, his entire body cracked apart, ravaged by sword energy. Ah! This person screamed out, breaking apart inch by inch. Under the sword radiance, large amounts of bloody mist surged, the scene horrifying. However, the other two finally slaughtered their way over, quickly protecting him, taking action, helping him neutralize the sword energy. However, he was still seriously injured, his fighting strength diminished. Three great experts stood together, no longer daring to split up now, not chasing again, instead on guard. Moreover, they began to burn a yellow talisman, transmitting a message. "If you dare follow me further, I will kill you all without exception," Huang said. He thus left, extremely easygoing and unrestrained, departing into the starry skies in front of their faces. This was just too shameful. Three great experts ambushed him together, yet one of them was seriously injured. Their faces were ashen. This truly was too embarrassing. How could Huang be this strong? In heaven-mending Dao, everyone was speechless, all of them shaken. "Qing Yi, before you leave, I will send the true you off." This calm voice sounded from the depths of the heavens, only Qing Yi able to hear it. After Shi Hao left, a streak of immortal light flew over from the distant unknown, directly landing in front of heaven, mending Dao's divine gates. It was glistening with splendor, holy and flawless. This was an immortal Dao weapon, a heaven-measuring ruler. It was pure white like jade, but it wasn't an ordinary immortal artifact. It was activated by someone now reviving, incomparably powerful. It was ready to launch an attack at any time, swirling with many types of terrifying immortal energy, filled with a world-eradicating aura. However, Huang had already left, no traces to be found anymore. "Huang, do you dare come and fight?" That seriously wounded elder seethed with rage, really wishing he could immediately cut down Huang. The starry skies were quiet. There was no response. The three individuals made offerings, and then they controlled the immortal artifact, rushing into the cosmos, wishing to find him. In reality, Shi Hao heard it, but he didn't pay this any attention. Originally, he wanted to wait and ambush them, but he sensed that this immortal artifact was quite special. The heaven-measuring ruler was brilliant, supported by the terrifying divine will of a certain existence, so he didn't show himself. News spread. The world was in disorder. No one deliberately tried to spread news of this battle, but it was still leaked out, spreading under the heavens. The entire world quickly learned of it. All who did couldn't help but sigh. Huang really was formidable. This was someone from an immortal domain inheritance. Three great experts ambushed him. Yet in the end, he still calmly left, almost killing one of the supreme beings. Recently, it was always Huang's information going around, all rumors related to him. He didn't appear even once in 30 years, yet he achieved supreme being level. Now, he was actually powerful to this degree. This is his style, he never bowed down, never willing to lower his head. Even when facing immortal domains people, he isn't willing to lower his own dignity. However, it truly is unfortunate for this Huang. An elder said with a light sigh, "Why are you saying that it is unfortunate?" His disciple was confused. His actions have already proven that he has made his choice. He isn't going to enter immortal domain. Meanwhile, immortal ascension is not possible here. So no matter how stunning he still isn't a match for time, destined to eventually pass away. The elder said with a sigh. Huang was this decisive, already deciding what to give up on. He wouldn't lower his head, wouldn't bend his knees. However, if he stayed behind like this, how was he supposed to achieve immortality? Right now, the greater environment didn't even allow for one to pass through that barrier, so once an age without cultivation arrived, what then? The situation was already set in stone. There were many matters that didn't need to be waited for to know the results. The people could already foresee the results. Huang was this decisive, his fate already set. Everyone knew this. It is too much of a pity. A supreme being under 500 years. He is history's #1 in this great era. I heard that in immortal ancient great era, there didn't seem to be this type of freak either. It truly can't be helped for Huang. The ruined immortal's bloodline's ancestor is an ancient but still living immortal king. That level of magical power is just heaven overflowing. How is he supposed to go inside? If he dares show himself in immortal domain, he would undoubtedly die. If it was a true immortal, then that was one thing, but this was an immortal king. Apart from this, would there be any lack of true immortals? This type of inheritance, just about any expert they sent out would be a tragedy of death. He has heaven-warping talent, fought bloodily in desolate border, but all of it is going to amount to nothing. Many people felt regret for sure how, feeling pity. This type of individual with favorable conditions would become a dragon, but he lacked this type of opportunity. Now he was going to be trapped here, destined to be without any hope, have no chance left with immortality. No matter how stunning he would still die of old age in this realm. His lifespan wouldn't be extremely long. An age without cultivation was arriving, so he would at most have another 10,000 years to cultivate. His talent is exceptional. Originally number one in this great era, history's youngest supreme being, it is a bit regretful. From past until now, he is the most powerful young expert. These people weren't stingy with their praise at all, full of admiration. Strictly in terms of cultivation, he indeed deserved this type of praise. Only it was a bit regretful. What accompanied him would only be a declining, decaying world. There was no hope it would gradually decay. In the end, in this era without cultivation, he was destined to quietly watch the years pass alone. His companions would grow old and pass one after another. However, despite this being the case, even if Sure How didn't enter immortal domain, the conclusion was set. There were still some people who didn't wish to let him go, unable to let go of their hatred. This was naturally the result of Wang family, Jin family, and others pushing the agenda. There was also Immortal Palace and the clans who bore hostility against the sinner's bloodline. You all praise Huang, but I do not agree. Even if he has unmatched talent, his killing intent was too strong. He slaughtered my generation's cultivators and deserves to be punished. An elder jumped out, his cultivation not weak, calling this into question. The ones who Huang killed are all people that should be killed, why can't he? He fought bloodily in desolate border, killed the emperor clans no one in my realm could face, his achievements brilliant. Did he not kill brilliantly enough back then? Someone retorted. What a joke, facing the enemy is only to be expected. It is the duty of everyone in our realm, an obligated duty. Moreover, this is already something of the past. What I speak of is now. He actually attacked Jin Taijun. This type of virtuous senior, it is truly disgraceful. An elder said with a stern face. There was naturally a group of people who jumped out, agreeing with his words. Virtuous Jin Taijun? This is the biggest joke. Just what has Jin Taijun done? She doesn't have any care for her status, continuously acting domineeringly, trying to cause trouble for Huang many times. In desolate border, she even more so directly surrendered, selling out Huang who achieved great merit to the other side, utterly shameless. There are even more so rumors going around now, stating that Jin family has colluded with the creatures of darkness. I feel like Huang fought her well. The only regret is that he wasn't able to kill that old wretch. When these words were spoken, there were great weaves. Many people spoke out against Jin Taijun. Shut your mouth. How can Jin Taijun be someone you all can humiliate? What proof do you all have? What right do you all have to slander the virtuous senior Jin Taijun? To be shameless to this degree, fine. Let me ask you all, what proof do you all have? Did you personally see Huang chase after Jin Taijun? It was clear that there were people who were purposely muddling the waters, wishing to drag Huang into the water. There were some families which wanted to emphasize their own people's innocence, also using this chance to attack Huang. They were about to leave, so perhaps they still had one final chance to make a move. Either way, Huang had no fate with immortal domain, so they didn't mind stepping on him a bit. The focus of this was a bit strong. One could generally make out which families they belonged to. Heh, you all glorify Huang too much. In my opinion, he is nothing more than a sinner. Someone spoke out. These words provoked public anger. Some people shouted, "What sin does Huang have? He killed those with merit. When the creatures of darkness were invading, he first captured Wang De, then ambushed Wang Wu and others. Those are Wang family's 9 dragons, individuals who established great contributions before in Desolate Border, fought with their lives for our world, yet Huang acted so viciously, not thinking for the greater situation at all. He only thinks about his own selfish gains, harming those of outstanding service. When some people heard this, they couldn't help but furrow their brows. It was because things were getting worse and worse. These words were clearly intended to muddle the waters further. These words provoked too many people. Hateful. When have the Wang family's 9 dragons established great contributions in Desolate Border? From the past until now, when have you all heard anything? The reason they even appeared in Desolate Border, wasn't it because they were exiled there? Originally, Wang family didn't even plan to send out troops, leaving many people's hearts cold. What he said was the truth. In the past, when Meng Tianzhang fought bloodily in Desolate Border, Wang family's dragons actually took this chance to raid Great Elder's back garden, Heavenly Deity Institution, all because they wanted to kill Huang. Under that type of greater situation, they even dared to do such a thing. Just how brazen were they? In the end, out of rage, Great Elder hurried back to Heavenly Deity Institution, personally taking action to slaughter them. Finally, he forced out Immortal Wang, their capital offenses pardoned, but were banished to Desolate Border. However, after all these years, even after the Great War ended, there were not many great contributions to be heard of from them, only them repeatedly harming Sure How. When there were people who retorted these things, there were still people who jumped out. Even if that is the case, Huang is still in the wrong. The things of the past are things of the past. Why is he still capturing Wang De, Wang Wu, and the others? He isn't paying any attention to the greater situation. A self-claimed White Lotus Virgin Mary stood out, speaking like this. Caring for the greater situation, my ass? Do you even want any face? You can even utter these types of words. Why did he have to capture Wang De? It was because he was the one who provoked things first, okay? He wanted to capture Chao Yuxing, but was in the end captured by Huang instead. He deserved it, guilty and entirely appropriate punishment. Moreover, after all these years, how many creatures of darkness has he killed? All he is doing is holding an office, enjoying the privileges without a stroke of work. There were already many people who began to doubt if they were colluding with the creatures of darkness. The end result was that in Broken Shumi Mountain, Wang Wu, Wang family's old 8, and others were caught red-handed. When the White Lotus Virgin Mary heard this, she flew into a rage out of humiliation. A bunch of nonsense. There is no proof at all. Moreover, let me ask you, why did Huang have to suppress Wang Shi? He clearly doesn't care for the greater situation at all. He just wants to kill my realm's heroic genius. You are still saying there is no proof? A darkness supreme being appeared on Broken Shumi Mountain. Was it not someone Wang family colluded with? There's proof right there. Also, that Wang Shi, he didn't appear when Desolate Border faced trouble, only coming to look down on the world when everything was calm. What kind of heroic genius is that? Also, he wanted to capture the Lunar Jade Rabbit on Broken Shumi Mountain, and only then did that provoke Huang, angering him into taking action. Could it be that, for the sake of the greater situation, he should just watch as this so-called heroic genius captures his friends? Is Wang Shi acting for the sake of the big picture? What kind of reasoning is this? Exactly. Just a long-life child who hasn't established an ounce of contributions, never even killed any creatures of darkness after he appeared in the world. Yet he wants to capture Huang's friends, telling Huang to see the greater situation, that others cannot interfere. Isn't this the biggest joke of the universe? What a pure White Lotus Virgin Mary. Everyone was incited, the White Lotus Virgin Mary starting to find it hard to argue back. However, they still said with a sneer, "Humph, regardless, in the end, Huang is still a thankless wretch." When Desolate Border's great battle ended, Meng Tianjing dying in battle, Senior Immortal Wang had previously wanted to take him in, have him enter Wang family, but he not only refused, he still opposes his children like this. He doesn't know any gratitude, has the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. White Lotus Virgin Mary, do you all still have any skin on your face? It was clear that this time, everyone felt like she crossed the line. Now that Huang returned, Did he still need anyone's sheltering? Where couldn't he go? Senior Immortal Wang might have even wanted to pass down the chaos-calming art. This is treasuring geniuses. Yet this shameless person doesn't understand gratitude. In the end, even opposing Wang family, the White Lotus Virgin Mary said. Many people couldn't continue watching this. Wang family was opposing Huang. How much hostility they bore in the past was something the entire world knew, even a child able to see it. However, she was quibbling like this, it was a bit shameful. In the past, Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy, these two had said that Wang family were too rushed this time. Wasn't this just to trap Huang in Wang family? Scheme against his imperishable scripture and other things? The way they did things was too obvious. At that time, if Senior Immortal Wang wanted to kill Huang, it was as easy as just turning his head. Yet he didn't. He even went so far as to offer to take in Huang, who Wang family bore enmity against. He truly is benevolent and magnanimous. White Lotus Virgin Mary said. Did that Immortal Wang dare? When the desolate border war ended, Huang established extraordinary merit. Who dared to offend the world and kill him? Immortal Academy, Sacred Academy, their two supreme beings were extremely close to Meng Tianjing. They definitely wouldn't agree to this. Moreover, at that time, Huang's cultivation made huge breakthroughs. No one under supreme being level could kill him. If he really died, then how many people could even do it? Meanwhile, on the surface, the ones who bore grudges against Huang at the time were only Jin family and Wang family. At that time, Jin Taijun was seriously injured and dying, body and spirit almost destroyed. No way she could do anything. If Huang really was killed, the first suspect would be Immortal Wang. No matter what he thought, during that period he didn't dare take action. Otherwise, he would be shown disdain by everyone under heaven. At the very least, if Wang family still wanted to stand strong in the 9 heavens 10 earths, then he didn't dare go against the greater situation. The Huang at that time had a huge advantage. If Immortal Wang was truly deranged, not caring about the consequences, then his Wang family definitely wouldn't have it easy. Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy's two supreme beings, even if they can't kill him, they would definitely slaughter his disciples. Immortal Wang's intentions were obvious. Back then, his so-called kindness was nothing more than a joke. When Desolate Border's Great War ended, Wang family was already impatient, their table manners too poor. What they wanted to do was something even children could understand. By painting this type of pretty picture of him, it makes me embarrassed to live on the same earth as you. The main character sure how noticed something was off a long time ago. There were people purposely stirring the waters. His actions were simple and direct, rushing straight for the source of it all. Sure how went straight for the source, not to truly unleash slaughter, but rather to shake some things out. 30 years ago, he returned to the lower realms from the 3,000 provinces. The first time he arrived at the edge of the darkness region, he had previously personally seen long-life families collude with the creatures of darkness, conducting transactions. It was also at that time that he obtained the rotten wooden chest again. Back then, just how daring were those people? They were willing to hand over such an important item to conduct business with the creatures of darkness. They were truly shockingly daring. In the past, sure how recorded some figures with a crystal ball, including the conversations, all of it engraved within. This was basically the same as recording the scenes of that time. He had always kept it on him, not releasing it. At that time, Immortal Domain still hadn't sent out troops. No one approaching this realm. If things were revealed ahead of time, then it would be completely meaningless. At that time, the 9 heavens families covered the heavens with their hands, even daring to touch this rotten wooden chest. If anyone exposed the matter, the information might have been immediately put down. Even though later on, things were different, Immortal Domain sending out troops, sure how was still not strong enough. Regardless of whether it was being targeted by the long-life families or being careful of Immortal Domain's people, there was definitely great danger. Now, he was already a supreme being, not needing to fear the families of the 9 heavens. Meanwhile, Immortal Domain's cultivators were about to completely withdraw as well, meaning that it was precisely the time to make use of their last bit of energy. That day, in the 9 heavens 10 earths, there was a piece of world-shocking news. Jin family, Wang family, Wind clan, and others, a group of long-life families had previously came into contact with the creatures of darkness, having close dealings. This was exposed. A crystal ball created a huge storm. This was definitely a huge matter. Even though there were always rumors in this world that certain clans might have colluded with the creatures of darkness, they didn't expect such direct proof. Even at Broken Shumi Mountain, the Darkness Supreme Being who followed Wang family's old eight left some doubtful, believing this to not be the best evidence. There were some who supported Huang, believing that Wang family and Jin family should be punished, but they still didn't really believe that they had close dealings with the creatures of darkness. Now, a crystal appeared, on it recorded scenes from 30 years ago. There were clear figures, real conversations. This immediately triggered a huge commotion. This caused a huge controversy, like world-shocking ocean waves. In the eyes of the people of this world, long-life families were divine and powerful, high up above. They previously produced true immortals, so how could they betray the 9 heavens? There were some people that knew that the so-called immortal Tao families were even more complicated inside. It was similarly a world of mutual deception, similarly dark, similarly had blood and swords, even more ruthless. However, most people in this world didn't understand this because the difference between them was too far. They always thought that they were holy and high up above, the cornerstone that protected the 9 heavens. When this crystal ball was produced, displaying 100 forms, revealing the truth, many people were shocked, their beliefs crumbling. This is definitely fake. There was someone who forged it. How can such a small crystal stone be used as proof? It really is a joke. Someone jumped out. It was clear that these families were scared. Now, this world was a bit too sensitive, too many things going on. It was already time to enter immortal domain, yet this type of thing happened. It was basically a sword to the throat. The most crucial thing was that now that this information was revealed, it might just directly cut off their path of life. If it was proven true, then immortal domain definitely wouldn't overlook it, definitely interrogate them closely. That was why almost immediately, a great storm began. While the people of this world were shaken, there were some families that did everything they could to settle the situation. This is just a crystal stone, nothing more. It cannot prove anything. Someone forged it. Someone berated. This was a virtuous older generation expert who had cultivated for an extremely long time, his reputation great. In the end, he was invited out by long-life families to criticize this type of slander. Long-life families have always served as the defenders of this realm, protected the 9 heavens 10 earths for a great era. They've paid too much in blood and tears. How could they betray this world, willing to have dealings with those damn darkness creatures? This is impossible. There is clearly someone who is trying to dirty the water, slandering those immortal Tao families. A well-known figure who was known to be strictly impartial and incorruptible stood out, the lord of a divine city. He loudly berated out, severely criticizing the one who handed this crystal over as a schemer who didn't know what was right and wrong. The world immediately became chaotic, directly erupting. It became incredibly noisy, clamoring and shaking the heavens. Many people felt like this matter was too shocking. There were some who were doubtful, some who were horrified, some understanding clearly, some in disbelief. Several days later, a second divine crystal appeared, placed in the hands of a giant city, revealing an even more shocking reality. It continued from the last one, this crystal stone's engravings too clear. Many people felt as if they were right there, feeling like this wasn't forged. Moreover, inside that crystal stone, they saw some rather familiar, well-known people's faces, people from immortal Tao families. Hong! This triggered huge waves. This time, the world became chaotic, many regions entering disorder. Was this real? Even the long-life families were like this. Just how corrupt were the 9 heavens? The mental blow it dealt made many people tremble, feeling great fear. If not for immortal domain sending troops back then, would those long-life families really defect? Despicable, this is a shameless type of slandering, throwing dirt in pure water. I believe there will be public justice in this world. The long-life families defend the 9 heavens. They took an oath to never change. Just like their dead ancestors. Their heads could be removed, blood could flow, but they definitely cannot betray the land. Immediately, there was someone who stood out, harshly criticizing the fraud who didn't know right and wrong. The Long Life family's responses were swift. When the second crystal stone appeared, before someone could copy it, they quickly took action, seizing it. Moreover, that day a fake supreme being appeared, following up this matter. This person had lived from the archaic times until now, someone with a terrifyingly high background, moreover just a hair away from reaching the supreme being realm, having a venerable position. The most crucial thing was that in all these years, he had friendly relations with many clans, his network extremely vast. That day, he asked out some old friends, all of them living fossil-level existences, their reputations extremely great. These people joined together, solemnly vowing that they investigated this strictly. Did you all hear? Senior Xianxia has left his seclusion. Even an elder like him was startled, inviting out many big names, wishing to appraise the authenticity of those two divine crystals together. Give everyone an explanation. Senior Xianxia, that is but a half-supreme being who had lived from the archaic times until now. It is rumored that he has already stepped into the supreme being domain, but unfortunately suffered from great Tao injuries, falling back down. However, this is a public-spirited, selfless, and fair senior, known as a man of great virtue. This news produced great cries of alarm. Many people were looking forward to this, believing that with this type of senior with a great reputation appearing, it would definitely bring the truth to everyone. The truth will be revealed in 2 days. A big name who came out together with Zhang de half-supreme being said, giving everyone the guarantee that they will selflessly speak the truth. During these 2 days, things were truly chaotic. Everyone was discussing this in the heavens above and earth below. This was a sky-shattering major affair. Meanwhile, there were some long-life families that felt as if there was a tempest within them. Everyone's faces were incomparably gloomy, all of them feeling that things were now extremely bad. The only fortunate thing was that their reactions were fast enough, bringing out a prestigious individual like Zhang Dai, asking him to inspect the divine crystal's authenticity, to restore the truth. This was definitely not their final trump card. They still had other methods. They had well-known individuals of a similar level, continuously inviting them out, making follow-up arrangements. The only thing they were worried about was that time was too pressing. The one who exposed the crystal stone was keeping track of time, making it hard for them to even breathe. Time was just too close. If Immortal Domain's people were alarmed, would they still be able to enter that realm? They were extremely worried that everything might amount to nothing. We have to hurry and uncover that person. Stop him from exposing more crystals. The great families clenched their teeth. They hated that person bitterly, inwardly transferring great troops, strictly examining the disturbance. 2 days later, the moment everyone was waiting for arrived. They were all waiting for the truth to be publicly announced. The various lands could not calm down because this affected too much. This was an unprecedented great storm. Time was even more pressing. The 2-day period had ended. Zhang De and a big name had serious expressions on their faces. They stood on a grand altar, supporting 2 crystals with a jade plate, declaring the result before everyone. Based on our appraisal, the engravings in the divine crystal are fake, forged by someone to slander the long-life families. Zhang De said seriously. Hong. This immediately triggered a huge uproar. What did I say? How could the long-life families possibly do this type of thing? Who isn't aware that they are the shields of our 9 heavens, defending our world's dignity with their flesh and blood? The immortal Dao families are eternally glorious, defending the peace of our realm. The troops the various great families arranged before all moved, immediately proclaiming their great merit, their past glory. Apart from this, there were some cultivators with great reputations who stepped out, supporting the long-life families. However, the hidden individual didn't seem to mind these voices, nor did he care if the people of the world were deceived. Several days later, a 3rd crystal appeared. It's fake. This person is extremely shameless, slandering the immortal Dao families, saying they betrayed the 9 heavens. He definitely harbors hidden motives. Zhang De half-supreme being said with a strict voice, standing out and retorting. The other well-known individuals expressed their opinions, speaking out in righteousness, supporting the long-life families. The same day a fourth as well as the final crystal appeared. Zhang De and the others' fine hairs immediately stood on end. The long-life families that were involved were immediately horrified, panicking greatly. They couldn't sit still anymore, now completely losing their cool. It was because the crystal stones were connected imprints. The final one clearly recorded a certain family coming with the rotten wooden chest, about to hand it over to the creatures of darkness. This immediately caused the world to erupt. The rotten wooden chest was something that Immortal Domain was looking into. During these 30 years, there were too many matters surrounding it. Now, the crucial point was that with the appearance of the fourth crystal, it was as if a comet smashed into the great earth. Several families became horrified. Even if the past crystals were proven to be fake, now that this fourth crystal stone appeared, Immortal Domain would definitely get involved. This was too vicious. The other party had this crystal stone, yet he didn't bring it out earlier, only waiting until now to reveal it. He clearly wanted to end them. The long-life families knew that the other party grasped the timing just too well, basically using them. He let them clean up the filth a bit, prove their innocence, and only after this matter fermented to a certain degree did he bring the true sword to seal their throats. If there was no public clamoring, how would he get the entire world's attention? Only by continuing the dispute after the entire world became aware did he reveal the fourth crystal stone. The effects were extremely great. Now that it involved the rotten wooden chest, Immortal Domain would inevitably intervene. As soon as a true immortal was involved, as for what was true and false, a bit of investigating and it would all be revealed. So vicious. Within some long-life families, quite a few people were frightened until their faces turned white. Those long-life families sensed that disaster might be at hand. They were restless and uneasy, feeling great panic inside. If there really was a deep investigation carried out, then they might be exposed. That day, everyone became scared. They began to hold secret meetings, seriously discussing things, trying to decide how they were going to deal with the impending crisis. In their eyes, the one who took action was too ruthless, wounding them again and then delivered the fatal blow at the most crucial time. If they didn't deal with this situation properly, then there might truly be a great disaster. I feel like we can't obstinately continue like this. Those who are unrelated to us when needed have to be given up on. Giving up their lives for the family when needed is worth it. When these words were spoken, a few people's faces immediately changed. The outside world was naturally shocked. The rotten wooden chest was even about to be given to the creatures of darkness? It was truly brazen, just going too far. Could it be that all of this was real? Now, many people had heard about that thing. It was what Sure How brought back from desolate border after risking life and limb. In the end, the rotten wooden chest ended up in the hands of the Immortal Dao families, a few clans controlling it together. However, it suddenly vanished 30 years ago, no results when it was investigated and then covered up. Later on, Immortal Domain was startled, but they settled the matter by leaving it as is. In the eyes of some Immortal Domain experts, the wooden chest should still be there, but it was just hidden by a certain clan. For the sake of entering Immortal Domain, they would use it as the final bargaining chip. Now, there was this type of scandal. Is this matter true or not? In the outside world, nobody could calm down, great waves stirring within them. If it was true, then those families really left them horrified, becoming devils. What Immortal Dao families? They were simply the emissaries of hell. After the inspections of Zhang De and some other big names, they claimed that the stone was fake, restoring the innocence of the long-life families. However now, why did the people still feel so frightened? Everyone had a feeling that this matter didn't end yet, that it was too frightening. Zhang De and others lived for an endless amount of time, their experiences too vast. Now they felt like it was already too late to stop. They vaguely felt a mysterious chilliness that made them shiver inwardly. Were they going to continue stepping out? He braced himself, and then berated outwards a few more times. Then he was scared, panicking inwardly. He now felt regret. He coveted the benefits the Immortal Dao families granted him, helping them, clear up the slander, rallying for them. However now, he placed himself in a precarious situation. Cut down the demons and monsters. Get rid of the long-life families. There were some people who screamed out, for example, Chao Yuxing and others. They clapped their hands, feeling like the immortal Dao families might be done for. These families quickly reacted, making some decisions that day. With Jin family in the lead, Jin Taijun established a decree to examine the family, see if there really were some disciples that were harming the family. Once they were found, there would definitely be harsh repercussions. In the end, Wind Clan's old ancestor was even more decisive, going to carry out an investigation in the clan. If there were any disciples who colluded with the creatures of darkness, then they would be killed without exception. Their immediate reactions really weren't slow. The immortal Dao families were now scared. Instead of letting others expose the scandal, it was better for them to just investigate on their own, give the outside world an explanation. There were some big names that became regretful, their hearts pounding, backs going cold, feeling more and more horrified. They ignored their consciousness to help these families wash away the filth. But now, they themselves were caught in a disaster. Immortal Domain made a reaction. It wasn't that fast, but not slow either. There were several groups of people, all powerful individuals that rushed towards several long-life families. The world was in an uproar. Did these clans really have problems? Many people were alarmed. Then, the outside world immediately became quiet. Everyone was watching, quietly waiting for the result. Now, Hao didn't take any more action. He knew that the events he predicted were currently playing out. The events of the past, if they really were going to investigate it, how could nothing be produced? There would definitely be some clues. Immortal Domain didn't lack top-level experts. They naturally had their own methods. Now, Hao went to visit his friends, going to see the heavenly horned ant, Tugu Yulong and the others. The long-life families didn't set up camp to ambush him. They had too much to worry about, already in chaos. Now, no one could care about him anymore. The immortal Dao families that were hostile against him were all struggling, the entire world about to become chaotic for them. One sword from the west, heaven ascension in the skies beyond. It is too vicious, haha. Giving them this type of blow, excellent. Tugu Yulong laughed loudly. Come, Brother Huang. Let's drink a glass. Wait for those families' dark side to be exposed. Today we are going to drink our fill. Haha. When they saw Hao, learning that this was done by him, they all felt excitement. In the outside world, the clans were all waiting for the result. They all knew that there was going to be great chaos. The justification from the long-life families before might mean huge problems. Right at this time, Jin family's internal investigation was completed, discovering that there were unworthy children who perhaps really did something that shamed their ancestors. This was the first case. It was news they released themselves, trying to be the first to end this scandal, prevent themselves from ending up in a passive situation when Immortal Domain really investigated things. Then Wind Clan also divulged information. They were even more grieved, discovering that there were 3 disciples in the clan who had been corrupted by the creatures of darkness, having dealings with them. This was even a step further than Jin family, unveiling a corner of the storm, directly admitting that their clan had dealings with the creatures of darkness, expressing they were going to be seriously punished. The ones who ought to die will die. The people of the world were shocked. These long-life families who were high up above, incredibly divine, the cornerstone of the 9 heavens, really weren't perfect. A great storm began. The people of the world clamored. During the previous explanations, the great clans didn't admit anything, but now, it seemed like everything was to cover things up, not taking responsibility. The cover-up only made matters worse. For these immortal Dao families, this was a great crisis. The people of the world believed that the crystal stone's imprints were most likely true. This was sky-shattering. At this time, apart from the long-life families being badly burned, the well-known figures were also panicking, full of helplessness. Not long ago, their words were still bold, stating they defended justice, berating the one who produced the crystals, saying that it was all slander, that it was despicable, insulting immortal Dao families. Now all of their faces turned pale, their lips shaking. They were at a loss for words, completely speechless. They are all swindlers, what virtuous and glorious older great names. They are all a group of lying hypocrites. Even these people can be considered great individuals? They actually did this type of thing. What selflessness and impartiality is there to speak of? What justice and fairness of this world? These people are too despicable. In the blink of an eye, the group of big names became the target of scorn and criticism. This was especially the case for Xianxia. He was known as a person of great virtue, his network vast, close to the well-known people of all different clans. However, the favor he did for the long-life families resulted in great pressure. He just knew that the long-life families weren't clean, but since he received scriptures and great Tao artifacts, he naturally had to help them avoid calamities. He did his best to shout out, speaking with righteousness, saying that the divine crystal's imprints were forged, that this was purely slander. Now, even the long-life families themselves began to admit things, starting to maintain order, making his face fall ashen. Then, it became a deathly white color. The prestige he carefully accumulated up till now all went up into thin air. Without a doubt, the so-called great virtuous title was gone. Many people loathed him. Even this type of person had no bottom line, doing such shameful things, leaving the people in disdain. Damned Xianxia! An age without cultivation is approaching. So why is your lifespan still not gone? There were people who cursed out in anger. The immortal Dao families didn't stop, continuously responding. Jin family's Jin Taijun gave the order, continuously killing 5 13th generation heirs. Moreover, asked Immortal Domain for forgiveness. Jin Taijun's old tears flew across the sky, claiming that the children of later generations have been deceived. That was why they did this type of disgraceful thing, saying that she was willing to pay the price, receive punishment. Meanwhile, Wind Clan's old ancestor personally killed a grandson of his and 6 9th generation heirs. These could be said to be his direct descendants, their statuses in the clan rather high. However, what could this do? Everyone believed that they were corrupted by the creatures of darkness. This kind of explanation couldn't change the things that happened in the past. Many people felt like these two clans were most likely finished. What about Wang family? What kind of reaction did they have? Tugu Yulong was curious, not hearing about any activity from their side. Chao Yuxing sneered and said, I reckon that they don't know what to do either. Their immortal Wang has remained ambitious and ruthless for an entire great era. Yet in the end, he still can't enter immortal domain. They must be vomiting blood over this thought right now. Let's go and take a look, Shihao said. He knew that when others were targeting him before, Wang family was definitely pushing the wave and adding to the billows. Since Wang family didn't display any reactions even now, he didn't mind looking for opportunities himself. Wang family was an ancient inheritance originating from immortal domain. They were powerful beyond compare. The chaos calming art had shocked the world for 2 whole great eras. On the ground, over 10,000 spiritual mountains were suffused with auspicious energy, surging with divine radiance, clearly a pure land suited for cultivation. One could vaguely hear waves of draconic cries from between the mountain peaks. Thick streaks of draconic energy could be seen, winding through towering and imposing mountains, the scene astonishing. Wang family really is quite something, auspicious light swirling about. This is an omen for a great undertaking. Chao Yuxing snickered, and suddenly Shihao was shocked. His divine awareness was powerful, exceptionally sharp. He could hear weeping sounds even from extremely far away, carrying great sadness. Then he got closer. There were troops of people slowly arriving from the void in the horizon, continuously scattering ritual money offerings for the dead. These people brought back 5 great vermilion-colored coffins. There were great sobs of grief that echoed through the heavens. What is going on? Are these Wang family's people? The heavenly horned ant revealed an expression of shock. Soon afterwards, they received news, immediately becoming stunned. The 5 great vermilion-colored coffins buried Wang family's 5 important individuals in this great era, respectively Wang Er, Wang San, Wang Si, Wang Lu, and Wang Qi. Who killed them? Tugu Yulong was immediately shocked, his eyes widening, in a bit of disbelief. Wang family immediately had 5 dragons die? Chao Yuxing was shocked. Wasn't this the same as stabbing Immortal Wang right in the heart? Killing his own children, who did this? Immediately afterwards, they obtained conclusive information. They were all shocked, becoming stunned, all in disbelief. Wang family's 5 dragons were personally killed by Immortal Wang. He was the one who held the sword, one blade to each of them, ending their body and spirit, dying without whole corpses. This? Who can tell me what is going on? Did Immortal Wang go mad? It truly leaves one shocked. The news was too shocking, making one feel like it wasn't real. Soon afterwards, they found out that when the first divine crystal appeared, the very first day, when Immortal Wang heard of this, he immediately subdued his own children, bringing them before Immortal Domain's experts, interrogating them right there and then cut them down, one blade to each. Only this matter wasn't released to the world. Only many days later, only now did Wang family bring back the corpses, and this news saw the light of day. He truly is fierce, Sure Hao said with a sigh. He realized that Immortal Wang was even more frightening than he imagined, more formidable. Jin Taijun and Wind Clan's old ancestors were doing their best to clean off the filth. They invited people out, refuted everything, and then even more so shed tears, killing their own posterity, tossing and turning about for a long time. However, Immortal Wang directly killed 5 of his own sons right from the get-go. When they compared the two, it truly left one baffled. Immortal Wang. This person really is terrifying. He looks pretty and peerless, like a 17 or 18-year-old youngster. But as soon as he makes a decision, the heavens will fall and the earth rend, truly leaving one shaken. Chao Yuxing sighed in admiration, a bit shaken. 2 days later, there was news that was released. Jin family and Wind Clan received decrees. The 2 clans have no opportunity of entering Immortal Domain. The decrees also stated for the 2 old ancestors to do the deed themselves, to start with their own people. All those who colluded with the creatures of darkness are to be killed without exception. Those people howled in grief, crying in sorrow, their voices resounding through the clouds as they arrived from the void. There were 5 great vermilion coffins. It was extremely stifling, carrying the ruined bodies of 5 dragons, not even leaving them with an intact corpse, to the extent where there was only a pool of blood left in the coffins. Who would have thought that the glorious Wang family 5 dragons who shook the entire world, their roars resounding through the 9 heavens 10 earths, would die just like this, moreover under Immortal Wang's own hands? Ah! There were people who wept, shedding tears of blood. However, what could they do? Were they going to get revenge? This would mean going against their very ancestor. The 5 dragons' descendants felt all types of feelings. Their emotions sour, bitter, and complicated. They actually fell to this extent. However, they knew that Wang family avoided this disaster. The causes that were similar before ended differently for different parties. Things were just this hard to predict. Immortal Domain's decree descended. The atmosphere in Jin family, Wind Clan, and the others were all downcast and bleak. It was actually this result they had to do it themselves, carry out a great purge. Meanwhile, the Wang family Immortal Wang was not among these families. That day Jin Taijun seemed to have aged 100,000 years. Her entire old face creased, snow-white hair becoming dried up, falling with the wind. She was like a lamp that had reached the end of its fuel. Pooh! In front of her, a man's head flew, accompanied by a low roar, as well as the cries of terror from within the clan. Jin Taijun's numb hand brandished a long blade. That day, she personally took action, killing many descendants, among them her own grandsons, even her own daughter. Her bloodline was almost completely massacred. Immortal Wang did it himself, killing 5 children, while she was forced to do so. She had to kill all of her people who had dealings with the creatures of darkness. It was truly a spectacle too horrible to endure, this lineage's people withering away. There was also Wind Clan. The clan's old ancestor similarly received a decree from Immortal Domain, forcing him to kill all those who colluded with the creatures of darkness. This so-called old ancestor had achieved the Tao for many years, but today his Tao heart collapsed. It was because he had 7 sons in total, all of them on the list of execution. He previously had many children, but some of them died of old age before him, others died prematurely. The 7 children were like a sky-reaching great tree in this clan, but in the end, they were all killed. This was a scene of howling wind and torrential rain, engulfing the entire cultivation world. This wasn't an exaggeration, many cultivators sensing something. During these days, rain poured down from the heavens, carrying a faint scarlet-red color. This was the result of so many powerful individuals in this world dying, creating this irregular scene. 2 great families directly collapsed, too many people dying. The people also sensed the terror of Immortal Domain's experts from this, forcing the old ancestors of 2 clans to kill off their own descendants just like that, directly making 2 clans fall into decline. However, Jin Taijun and Wind Clan's old ancestor both lived, not killed. Immortal Domain passed down a decree, saying that they were to establish merit to make up for their crimes, that they were to face the creatures of darkness. How vicious! Immortal Domain's people are not of the good sort, ruthless enough, iron-blooded. However, I like this, haha. The one who could still laugh at this type of juncture was naturally Fatty Chow. They really had endured enough of these clans' unpleasantness. Today, 2 clans were almost completely eradicated, making them cheer with joy, feel extremely carefree. The world was tossed and turned about. The cultivators from various clans were all inwardly shivering. There was actually this type of matter. The long-life families really did betray this land, wishing to cast their lots with the creatures of darkness, kill them instead. Immortal Wang knows how to deal with matters. His will like steel, while Jin Taijun has a heart deserving of punishment, causing her own downfall. This is the difference. Tugu Yulong, Heavenly Horned Ant, and the others discussed this, feeling great restraining fear towards the former. Regardless, the rotten wooden chest had been lost. The people didn't know where it was. Kacha! Great cracks appeared one after another, the result of the 9 heavens 10 earths clashing. The cultivationless age had begun, this process unstoppable. It was already 2 months since the long-life families were purged, almost being extinguished from this world. Meanwhile, at this time, an age without cultivation was arriving with great steps. The people previously heard Zheng De Half-Supreme being scream out. He didn't have much of his lifespan left now, rapidly declining during these recent 2 months. His body continuously dried up. These changes were too terrifying. The great virtuous Zheng De almost died from old age. At the same time, some extremely terrifying things happened in the 9 heavens 10 earths. There were quite a few well-known figures who died in meditation, dying of old age, eradicated in the cultivationless age. During this period, Immortal Domain truly withdrew their troops. Now only a small group left to preserve the final balance. Without a doubt, they were going to withdraw as well. This world was finally going to become quiet. During these 2 months, Hao continuously saw off groups of people. Tugu Yulong, Wei family's remaining 2 phoenixes. They all waved goodbyes to him, and then ultimately entered Immortal Domain. 10 Crown King and exiled Immortal, even though they only nodded, they were still rivals, competitors, so they understood each other. There were some people who Hao went to see off, but some he didn't care about, for example 6 Crown King Ningchuan. If he had the chance, he might have just directly killed this person. Some of Immortal Domain's inheritors came to guide them. So there were some people it wasn't appropriate for Hao to see off. Unless it was an intimate friend, he wouldn't take the risk. Brother, are you really not going? That day, Hao secretly saw off Qin Hao. He never expected his own younger brother to wish to enter Immortal Domain. It was because Qin Hao's immortal bone's origins were strange. Immortal Qin was able to create an opportunity for him, drawing the attention of an immortal king family that wished to research this bone. Immortal Qin had long set his resolution. He didn't want a long-life disaster to happen. That was like a terrifying dream, one that constantly lingered within the depths of his nightmares. He had felt uneasy for an entire great era already. He was Immortal Qin, there was also Immortal Mu, and then Immortal Wang. This was what had left him distressed down to his innermost core. Who exactly was the one you used to like? Don't tell me it was me? Haha. Hao saw the witch off, joking around. In the past, The witch said that she already had someone she liked with extremely thick skin. That sure how wasn't her type, saying this extremely directly. Come then. When you attain heavenly merit and natural luck, slaughter your way from this realm into immortal domain. Then you'll be my type. The witch laughed, rolling her eyes at sure how. However, before leaving, she still put away her smile, no longer playing around. She released a light sigh, walked over, and then gave sure how a gentle hug. Then she walked into the distance, saying, "You need to take care of yourself." The witch left into the distance, thus disappearing. "Aren't you leaving?" Sure how asked Chao Yuxing. He extracted the formations from Wang De, Wang Wu, and Wang family's old eight's body, engraving the formation imprints into Chao Yuxing's body. Unfortunately, the other 5 dragons were directly personally killed by Immortal Wang. There was no way to obtain the ruined formation in their bodies. "I won't leave anymore. My Tao is in this realm. When the situation becomes bad, I just have to bury myself. After millions and millions of years, I'll be a strong and courageous person once more." Chao Yuxing slapped his chest. However, these were just words. His eyes became red. "Only at that time, I don't know if I'll still remember you, if I'll still remember myself, if I'll forget the people I don't want to forget. After a great era, perhaps 2 great eras, who would I still be able to meet?" Chao Yuxing didn't leave, but he went into seclusion himself, temporarily disappearing from this world. Heaven-mending Tao, the entire sect migrated, all of their people going to enter immortal domain. Qing Yi was the last one to continue on her way. She continuously turned around, looking backwards, as if she was waiting for someone, wishing to see that figure. In the end, she fled, borrowing the formation, continuously moving through the void, temporarily leaving heaven-mending Tao. She was scared that sure how really would appear, that someone would ambush him, because the ones who were receiving them were an extremely powerful ancient inheritance. In reality, there was no one there to ambush him, but she still left this place. This was a secluded place. Qing Yi stood there alone. Not long afterwards, a figure descended, standing behind her, speaking gently. "Are you Qing Yi?" The white-clothed beauty turned around, her expression complicated. Her beautiful eyes moved about, having too many things to say, but in the end, what could she say? In the end, she was still going to leave. The 2 of us still merged into one in the end. Her beautiful eyes carried watery mist. "I already know. You are already no longer the past Qing Yi." Sure how nodded, silently standing there, no longer saying anything. Qing Yi was me to begin with. That exceptional beauty acted strong, but there was a feeling of softness. She wanted to grab at something, prove something. "In this life, your desire is to achieve immortality?" Sure how asked. If one wanted to achieve immortality, then they had to head to immortal domain. There was no other choice. Qing Yi didn't say anything for a long time. In the end, she raised her head, eyes carrying watery mist, sparkling beads tumbling down. They shone with brilliance, carrying sadness and great emotion. "I wish to achieve immortality, but I also feel extremely conflicted." She had to make a difficult choice. In the end, she turned around, looking towards the horizon. "You will achieve immortality." Sure how nodded. "Come with me or wait for me. I will come as someone able to protect you. Let you enter immortal domain." Qing Yi looked at him seriously. "There's no need. My Tao isn't in that place. I need to search in this world, complete the great Tao here." Sure how shook his head. "Are you scared that I can't do it?" "I definitely can." Tears fell down Qing Yi's face. "Just go. Even if it is in this cultivationless age of a place, I still won't be trapped. The cultivationless age might not be real." Sure how's voice was resolute. Qing Yi didn't say anything for a long time. She knew that this wasn't realistic. After parting like this, it was most likely an eternal parting. They might never see each other again. At this time, sparkling beads continuously fell down her face as she looked at that person in an absent-minded manner, as if she wanted to engrave him in her heart. Even after great eras passed one after another, she would still remember him. She would never forget. I hope to meet you once more on the path of immortality, that we can still reunite at that time. I don't have any other wishes. I only hope you can be at ease, that we can still meet after millions of years. Qingyi shed tears, and then said while sobbing. In the end, Qingyi left, carrying deep emotions and sorrow. At this moment, she didn't know if she was Qingyi or Yuchan, her figure becoming more and more distant. I believe that after many years, I might feel regret. If there is still a chance for us to meet again, then I will definitely make another choice. In the distance, she walked through the immortal gate, carrying disappointment and frustration, carrying endless regret. Each person had their own different path. The 9 heavens became quiet. Those who could leave all left, leaving behind a mess. Immortal Domain's great army finally completely withdrew. Meanwhile, at this time, the creatures of darkness also disappeared without a trace, the darkness matter all withdrawing. It was because the cultivationless age had arrived. Xianxia was fishing alone on a dark coast. He saw many scenes, witnessed some truths. Darkness contributes to everything. He looked like he was fishing alone, one person fishing the life and death of 10,000 ages. The creatures of darkness withdrew. The surface of the great earth was covered in scars, mountains and rivers eroded. Even now, there was still some black matter that remained. This was an inner sea within the depths of the great continent, but it was connected to the outer sea. It was pitch black like ink, quiet and silent. Xianxia sat on the cliff, holding a fishing rod made from pure copper. He had already been fishing for a few months. His primordial spirit radiated in all directions, examining the rise and fall of the great Tao, seeing the movements of the universe, understanding a bit of the truth of the seas and continents. The number of darkness creatures became fewer, but they still existed. Comparatively speaking, they were a bit weaker. At the very least, there were no darkness supreme beings left, brought away by the original true creatures of the darkness world. The creatures who remained, there were those from self-release realm all the way down to ordinary cultivators, all of them abandoned, not brought away. After several decades passed, these creatures were no longer muddle-headed, obtaining their own consciousness, to the extent where some comparatively stronger individuals became no different from ordinary people. What made Xianxia shiver all over was that these creatures who developed their own consciousness were all in sorrow, all of them lamenting, carrying regrets, as well as endless sorrow. They were reminiscing about their homeland, their family. In their eyes, they were victims who were suppressed by the creatures of the 9 heavens 10 earths, slaughtered, their homes taken, the territory they depended on to survive destroyed. These creatures believed that the 9 heavens 10 earths were originally their homeland, but over half was then forcefully occupied. Their side's clan's experts all withdrew in defeat, leaving this great world. They had their ancestral lands seized by devils, chased out of their homelands, now only a ruined world left. Fortunately, the devils also suffered serious casualties. The Devil Kings had no choice but to stop fighting, temporarily ending the conflict, stopping the bloody invasions on them. This was the present situation those creatures acknowledged. Xianxia was a bit distracted. The darkness corroded these mountains and rivers. When those corpses developed wills, there were actually this type of terrifying primordial spirit imprints, the memories becoming truth. These creatures of darkness were furious, in grief and sorrow. They roared out, feeling like they were victims, that they lost too much. At this moment, Xianxia felt like there was a wave of mysterious chilliness on his body. This truth was still truly cruel, leaving him truly shaken, his brows furrowing tightly. At this time, he thought of some old things. He remembered that the first time he entered the other side, it was when he was still in Imperial Pass, brought away by an all-life source energy cauldron, entering a strange and ancient great world. That was precisely the outer regions of the other side, the border region. In that place, there were creatures just like in the 9 heavens 10 earths, but in their hearts what they felt and thought was completely different from this world. They believed that in the so-called other side was fighting against devils, that they were the true victims. Mo Dao, a young foreign expert who cultivated their strands of immortal energy, someone Xianxia previously subdued, was precisely from that land. He was subdued by Shi Hao, but in the end, he still didn't change his beliefs. He always thought that in the endless years past, they were slaughtered, invaded, that they were left with no choice but to fight the 9 heavens. Different times, different lands, different creatures, but their past seemed similar. This was like a reincarnation, recreating the events of the past. Shi Hao sat on the cliff, thinking about the past and present. He knew some truths, feeling like this matter really was horrifying. It was actually like this. Pong! Shi Hao fiercely pulled on the fishing rod, the golden thread going taut. Then, a mountain ridge-thick ancient flood dragon appeared, incredibly fierce. It raised its head, turning into a streak of dark light, diving down at Shi Hao. Self-release realm. With a light flick of his finger, that ancient flood dragon that filled the heavens, surrounded by lightning and thunder, carrying chaotic energy, was blasted until it coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. It then quickly shrunk, falling down. Shi Hao's fingers moved out, holding it in place. He stared at it, examining it closely, and then said, "Forgot everything," as if his body had been seized by another. "You believe that we are devils, that you all are victims. Is that correct? You are a devil." This ancient flood dragon was extremely strong, having its own consciousness, no longer confused, capable of reasoning, and also knew who the enemy was. Shi Hao sighed, his interest waning. He threw it away, tossing it into the great Black Sea. With a putong sound, it turned back into its original form, becoming the size of a mountain ridge again, stirring up heaven overflowing waves. Does this mean that the so-called foreign realm creatures are all full of darkness, influenced by it? The other side expanded their territory, occupying large amounts of the 9 heavens land. Yet, in the end, the creatures who lost their homes instead believed that it was Immortal Domain's people who were devils. The past events would always appear back on the surface. Then, he recalled the undying king of the other side, Shuchuo. There were rumors that he was an extreme evolved darkness being who rose up from the darkness. Things were already like this, many truths now surfacing. This was precisely the other side. More than half of the ancient ancestors came from darkness, maybe even more. Shi Hao recalled the words of the Lord of the restricted region. When the darkness matter had just begun to corrode the 3,000 provinces, when clues first appeared, he had many doubts, so he went to ask that ruined soul for guidance. The Lord of the restricted region had said that the truth was more terrifying than he could imagine, that it was better if he didn't know, or else it would deal a great blow to the conviction of the creatures in the 9 heavens 10 earths. At that time he still didn't understand, but now that he obtained a portion of the truth, he indeed became silent. Even the other side was related to darkness, Shuchuo, this type of unmatched being actually rose up in darkness. Was there anything more strange and terrifying than this? The 9 heavens had previously fallen into the hands of the other side. This was only a portion of the darkness power. Kacha! The 9 heavens 10 earths completely collided, the cultivationless age truly arriving. Terrifying great waves began from this day. Pong! Even the cliff Shi Hao sat on exploded in this instant. It was because there was a wave of power within him that went out of control, rushing outwards. Chi! In the skies there was a blade that quickly hacked over. It was snow-white and cold, a blade crushing heaven and earth, destroying eternity. Many stars fell, this place becoming extremely dazzling. In midair, great stars descended one after another, all of them brought down by surging blade energy. However, when it approached this ocean region, they all exploded again, turning into fine powder. The stars were being destroyed, crushed, the world beyond ripped apart. With Shi Hao at the center, and that long blade as the eye of the storm, the great void cracks interweaved, simply about to destroy the starry skies. An age without cultivation approached. Heavens will like a blade, ruthlessly hacking down. Normal people couldn't see this blade, because it was formless, a medium of Tao. Only those directly involved could see it. That blade was dazzling to the extreme. This blade descended, astonishingly horrifying. Dang! Shi Hao faced this attack. In an instant, sword imprints changed, varying from a Kuan Peng fist to Reincarnation fist. and then a true phoenix spread its wings, shaking the heavens with a fist. Finally, it was the lightning emperor's imprint, smashing into the heavens. His body shook intensely. The cliff below his feet turned into fine sand. Then the entire Black Sea dried up, a giant basin appearing within. Pung pung pung. Star remains fell. In the skies there were many stars that were swept down, exploding. However, there were also many remains that fell, smashing open the basin. A cultivationless age began. This was the first impact, hacking down on Sure How. He forcibly resisted it, not suffering any damage. However, a large portion of the sky dome was instead destroyed. At the same time, all cultivators in this great world suffered a blow without exception. The only difference the severity of the harm. Despite this being the case, that day, a terrifying mortality rate still appeared before everyone's eyes. Almost a tenth of cultivators was cut down by the blade of heaven's will, dying here. What is this? Why do things have to be like this? The cultivationless age is too cruel. Someone cried out, face lacking all color, becoming extremely terrifying. The great Tao is backlashing. There is no magic left in heaven and earth. This is how it is, or else why would immortal domain withdraw? We have now encountered the worst times. The same day there was a tenth that fell from their original cultivation realm, their Tao skills weakening, almost being crippled. These were extremely severe great Tao injuries. An age without cultivation. The most terrifying aspect isn't that the great environment doesn't allow for cultivation, but rather the great Tao's ruthless blows again and again as it descends, as well as the world's backlash. The effects were continuing. This was just the beginning. Several days later, many old cultivators died in succession, some of them having old wounds flaring out, some blood energy drying up, even more so just passing on peacefully. Everyone sensed that the cultivationless age wasn't just a joke. Everyone's lifespans were decreasing. The older experts were all going to pass away in the near future. In the best age, true immortals appeared in the world of mortals. Even immortal kings could be seen, yet we completely missed it. This age, haha, it truly is a rare cruelty. First, it was the undying kings who came knocking on our door. Then darkness invaded. Now, there is a cultivationless period. Haha, life is but a dream. We might as well just reincarnate, treat this life as nothing more than a dream. Goodbye, this damned age, someone said while laughing loudly, as if he was deranged. He lived over 1,000,000 years, originally still hale and hearty. But in this age, in one day, it was as if he aged several 100,000 years. Just like him, many others quickly felt their lifespans withering away. The terrifying effects continued. This world became more and more terrifying. The great world was devouring its own essence, swallowing up the 6 directions and 8 wildernesses, absorbing all of the innate essence energy. This was the tragedy of this era, the misfortune of cultivators. All those who were cultivators suffered under the blade of heaven's will. There were some who stuck it through, some who were crippled, and others who passed away. In just 2 weeks, the lower ranks of the cultivation world suddenly increased in number, while 20% of all cultivators either passed on in meditation, or their great Tao injuries flared out, departing this world while carrying bitterness and unwillingness. This was a miserable great world that didn't lack geniuses or stunning individuals. However, in this age of decline, they could only raise their heads and sigh that they were born at the wrong time. A month later, apart from a small number, 99% of cultivators who had lived over 1,000,000 years were eradicated. If they didn't stumble upon any special natural luck, not possessing undying matter, their flesh would immediately decay, primordial spirits collapse. There were some who personally saw an elder at the peak of self-release, someone who cultivated the golden body of the ancient monk lineage have his golden body forcibly shattered under the blade of time. His primordial spirit turned to light, erased from this great world. Who can save me? The man of great virtue, Xianxia, wailed in the 9 heavens above. He had a stock of divine medicine, and also had undying matter, but it still wasn't enough to preserve his life. He was a half-supreme being, and he also had a great reputation. Someone who was influential received the respect of many. However, when the great calamity descended, the world devouring itself, He became no different from an elder with one foot in the grave, unable to change a preset fate. Divine medicines lost effect, not having their original effects, the entire stalk becoming dim and without light. Zhang De was degenerating. His powerful body broke apart in one day's time, and then his primordial spirit quickly split apart to pieces, unable to maintain its original most powerful state. This world drew out a red dividing line for everyone. The lifespans of all creatures had a limit. Someone like him had already lived for too long. So the blade of heavens will possess the greatest power against people like him. After holding on for several days, Zhang De released a miserable scream, his magical body collapsing piece by piece, primordial spirit burning. He was forcibly refined by the great Tao, returning to nothingness. The road of cultivators was precisely a path of defying the heavens, acquiring the foundational essence energy of heaven and earth to strengthen the self, continuously increase the original destined lifespan of 100 years. In the end, the world began to devour itself, rebounding. If one couldn't truly transcend above, then everything would still return to nothing, return to their original form. The so-called cultivationless age was precisely this. The world had a type of balance. When so much was received, the day would come when it would be taken back in some form. Everyone discovered a horrifying reality. When the cultivationless age arrived, after 3 months of intense changes, divine medicines degenerated, spiritual medicines became weak, their effects weakening. The so-called divine medicines couldn't retain their title of divine anymore. It was because these exceptionally great medicines all lost their spirituality, unable to speak anymore. Their consciousness became blurry, as if they had their sentience erased. Hong! Heaven and earth shook intensely. Whenever there was a great disturbance, there would be tremendous harm inflicted onto cultivators. This was the true, most terrifying time. It's irreversible. Heaven and earth have deficiencies. A cultivationless age descending, even immortal medicines degenerating. This was a cry of alarm that came from a life-restricted region, even the voices of giants trembling. One could see just how frightening the scene was this time. How could this be? I have already fled. Truly is a pity, out of fear of being eaten, I didn't dare slip into immortal domain. This time, I'm dead for sure. The white tortoise carrying Immortal cried out in alarm. If Sure Hao was here, he would definitely recognize this as a stalk of long-life immortal medicine. White tortoise carrying Immortal. This was indeed the case. Even long-life medicines degenerated, the undying matter within them and imperishable true essence weakening, no longer as great as before. A year later, the world stabilized a bit. The white tortoise carrying Immortal was scared half to death. Only when it saw that its condition was no longer worsening, did it slightly release a breath of relief. The environment of heaven and earth continued to worsen, divine medicines completely gone, or perhaps they could be said to have degenerated to a point where they were no longer in the divine medicine category, unable to speak anymore. Long life medicines degenerated to the divine medicine level. This type of medicine, a complete stalk, originally carried enough essence to allow one to ascend, achieve immortality, yet now there was no way to do so again. The only fortunate thing was that the white tortoise carrying Immortal discovered that it could still fly, its consciousness still there, just becoming a bit more muddle-headed, not as great as before. It could fly through the sky and escape through the earth, difficult to capture, but the medicinal effects truly declined. The white tortoise carrying Immortal was sure that the world's environment would only worsen, and it might even completely lose its intellect. It could only rely on its instincts to seek out some natural luck and avoid calamity. If it wanted to recover its true spirit, it had to wait a great era. When the world recovered, only when the cultivationless age disappeared, would its abilities return. The old tortoise shed tears, feeling extremely grieved. After an endless amount of time, it would lose itself, not even be itself anymore. Just what degree would it degenerate to? This really was a terrifying thing to think about. Will there really be a reincarnation? Just I alone already seem to have experienced a reincarnation, becoming uncultured, muddle-headed. After millions and millions of years, would I still be myself? The old turtle released a long sigh, its mood complicated. At this moment, it suddenly began to think, Was the greater reincarnation actually even more vast? The amount of creatures involved even greater? In the restricted region of the 9 heavens above, a giant woke up from its fearful thoughts. He was assessing just how great the cultivationless age's influence would be, just what degree it would reach. During these heaven and earth changes, cultivators had already been weakened by 50%. While this world was in unrest, Xianxia was continuously cut by the blade of heaven's will. Each time there was a slight fluctuation, it would come searching for him, really wishing to exterminate both his body and spirit. I am still young, at the very least, I can live 10,000 years, don't waste your time with me anymore. Hurry and go look for that ruined immortal, or kill Jin Taijun, Xianxia said to himself. During these great changes, he was extremely daring, going against the blade of heaven's will, rushing upwards, refining his own Tao. It could be said that with the descent of this cultivationless age, when the world was devouring itself, many great Taos appeared, interweaving together, slaughtering the creatures of all different clans, cutting down the cultivation levels of all cultivators. This was like a type of refining. For sure how, in the end, that heaven's will Tao became a streak of light, then turning into a great furnace, submerging him, refining him 100 times over. He was cultivating the Tao, going against the will of heaven, practicing his own methods, refining his supreme being self. All methods were used together, all types of precious techniques splitting the heavens. During this process, there were some types of methods that merged together, refined by the furnace, automatically returning to one. It was extreme speed. The Kuan Peng technique appeared, reigning powerfully above 90,000 li. An immortal phoenix spread its wings, not satisfied with even the blue dome of heaven from past until now. Lightning Emperor rebuked heaven and earth, a pair of lightning wings moving, the universe unable to restrict him. The 3 law force wings merged into one, becoming primal chaos wings. With a light shake, not only was their terrifying destructive force incomparable, the most foundational ability appeared, extreme speed. Sure how warped and weaved through the world. When he was flying, with just a touch, it was as if time flowed in reverse, time fragments swirling about, the scene incredibly horrifying. His speed was too fast, able to instantly travel across the universe. He rushed from one starry domain to another. Recently, he had always been exploring the endless starry sky of the 9 heavens 10 earths after it merged back into one. This was how he was taking advantage of this situation. When the cultivationless age descended, his Tao skills weren't reduced, instead refining this pair of primal chaos wings. With these wings, he was absolutely unstoppable, instantly crossing millions and millions of li peng. That day, Xianxia raised a piece of meteorite, coldly overlooking the great earth below. Then he tossed it with all his strength. This was a half of a star, burning as it flew towards where Immortal Palace was located. Hung long, raging flames burned the heavens, fiery light submerging the great earth. This was a supreme being level attack, but it didn't crush this place. With the Immortal Tao Bronze Palace standing guard, as well as the activation of a world-shocking formation, brilliant light shone, covering this entire ancient land. The star remains shattered, turning into ashes. Huang, you still dare come here, challenge my dignity? Are you tired of living? This was the roar of the ruined immortal, sounding from the depths of the earth. A gray-robed figure carrying immortal energy spread his hands, tearing apart heaven and earth, rushing out just like that to kill Xianxia. However, there was another figure that was even faster than him. He held a darkness immortal gold mace, directly brandishing it. Carried immortal Tao symbols, horrifying to the extreme. Pang! That figure in outer space immediately erupted, crushed to pieces by the darkness immortal gold mace, exploding between heaven and earth. Huang is dead, Immortal Palace's people shouted. At this time, the ruined immortal rushed over, his expression cold, saying deeply, "That youngster really is cautious, actually only sending over a fake body condensed from magical force." In the distance, Xianxia was rather surprised. This was a cultivationless age, yet he actually saw a true immortal who colluded with Immortal Palace's ruined immortal, waiting to ambush him. It was clear that the other party anticipated that he would come to look for trouble, just not that this day would come so early. He won't be able to escape. I've already sensed where he is. When I capture him, I will immediately return to Immortal domain. That darkness immortal gold mace-wielding middle-aged man said indifferently. You can't just directly kill him? The ruined Immortal said. I already gave you quite the face, going all out with the first strike. If it was the true body, he would have already been killed. Who would have thought that he would be this cunning? The true Immortal said calmly. Chase after him. The ruined Immortal moved. He wanted to act out first, kill Huang before this person. However, what left him stunned was that he actually couldn't catch up. What was going on with this youngster? Why was this situation so strange? His speed was comparable to a true Immortal's? The ruined Immortal was immediately stunned. Where do you think you are going? That middle-aged man also began to chase after him. However, Sure Hao's speed was too fast, exceeding his predictions. They actually couldn't close the distance at all. Hong! He took action. The darkness immortal gold mace in his hands immediately crushed a large group of stars. Countless starry remains turning into smoke. The sky dome completely becoming dark. However, none of it touched Huang. Younger generation, if you still don't stop, don't blame me for acting viciously instead of just capturing you. The middle-aged man said coldly. If you can catch me, then feel free to do what you wish. If you cannot, then the day will come when I personally deliver you to the immortal killing chopping board. Suddenly Sure Hao was horrified. A streak of scarlet multicolored light flew over, carrying immortal Dao aura, almost hitting him. All of the surrounding great stars exploded. Sure Hao moved his wings. The primal chaos wings moved, leaving the star domain. Another true immortal appeared here, wishing to capture and kill him. Restricted region Dao brother, I must thank you. I really have troubled you this time by asking you to come. The middle-aged man holding the darkness immortal gold mace said. This is the only time. All favors will now return to the natural flow. I will no longer get involved. The restricted region true immortal said emotionlessly. Sure Hao was horrified. Just now it was too dangerous. He was almost killed. He didn't stop here anymore. Turning around and leaving, sensing that things were troublesome. This time he encountered a great disaster. If he wanted to escape, he likely had to pay quite the price. This was still the result when he cultivated extreme speed. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly died. Younger generation, if you do not stop, I won't consider capturing you alive. I will just directly kill you. In the back, the middle-aged man who held the darkness immortal gold mace said coldly. Hong! The palm of the true immortal from the restricted region descended. This sea of stars erupted, star fragments flying about piece after piece, exploding. Then, this star system became eternal darkness. It still didn't cover Huang, who had extreme speed. He escaped. However, precisely at this moment, a wave of strange and terrifying inauspicious aura spread, pressing over from that eternal darkness. There was a gate there. A figure stood there upright and unafraid, his face as if carved from blades, pupils cold like stars. He was handsome and steadfast, body tall and slender, bold and straight. Even Sure Hao, who was usually calm, who hadn't really lost himself after all these years, at this time, still couldn't help but release a cry. Then, tears almost fell. Great Elder! He screamed out. That figure was just as upright and tall as before, still maintaining the appearance from before he disappeared back then, still extremely young at his prime. His battle clothes were in tatters, entire body covered in blood, black hair scattered about. It was just like back then, heroic and valiant. Even after all these years, Sure Hao had detested those enemies in Desolate Border so greatly, cherishing the past years, wishing to become stronger. He had dreamt about returning to Imperial Pass, hoping to prevent Great Elder's miserable tragedy of death. Great Elder achieved immortality, but it still amounted to nothing. That battle was just too tragic. After the Battle of Desolate Border, he could no longer be seen. Who would have thought that he would actually appear at this time, after so many years past? Only, He stood in the darkness, carrying inauspicious aura, a terrifying malevolent power surrounding him. "Who are you?" The darkness immortal gold mace-wielding true immortal shouted. In addition, he brandished the weapon in his hands, striking outwards. Great Elder slowly unfolded his hand. He truly was handsome in his golden years, looking to be around 20-something years of age. Apart from his face being a bit pale, he was no different from the past Meng Tianjing. Hong! Immediately afterwards, heaven and earth collapsed. Inauspicious energy surged. A hand slowly descended, grabbing that true immortal's weapon, the darkness immortal gold mace. Moreover, the true immortal seemed to have encountered something terrifying. He released a cry, and then that place was drowned under darkness. A figure separated from the true immortal, slowly dragging his body away. In the darkness, no fine expressions could be seen. The young Meng Tianjing dressed in tattered golden battle clothes moved slowly, dragging the true immortal into a terrifying pitch-black region. Ah! That true immortal screamed miserably, his voice terrifying. It was as if he encountered the most terrifying thing, actually releasing this type of extremely shocking sound. One had to understand that he was a true immortal. In the depths of the icy coldness and darkness, one could vaguely see the true immortal was currently brandishing the darkness immortal gold mace in his hands, wishing to force back the enemy, scatter the ominous and inauspicious. However, this was all futile. He seemed to have immediately become weaker, even his voice weakening, becoming almost inaudible, struggling helplessly. What was that? That expert from the life-restricted region immediately felt his fine hairs stand on end. He never encountered such a terrifying thing before. It made him feel great danger. The ruined immortal continuously backed up, his face deathly pale, feeling as if he had fallen into the depths of hell. This type of experience made him shake all over, his primordial spirit and body both becoming taut. This type of feeling was extremely bad, just like when the four true immortals faced the Kuan Peng who was heavily wounded from fighting the other side's experts. His body couldn't help but shake. Even though they succeeded that time, successfully inflicting the other party with the immortal breaking curse, the four of them almost completely died. If not for the life-saving great medicines brought out from Immortal Domain, they would have all died. Even with this help, their following days were still spent struggling at death's door. Hong! Not far out, that life-restricted region's mysterious expert took action. A palm descending, splitting heaven and earth, the dark universe becoming an expanse of destruction. The stars in that place had already been turned to cosmos dust before, so now, under the tremendous fluctuations, it was immediately swept further into the stellar domain. Under the terrifying radiance, the sea of stars burned, the starry systems turning into an ocean of flames. This was the result of all stars being destroyed by this world-shocking blow, starting to burn fiercely. It was a type of incredibly terrifying scene. With a turn of his hand, a star domain became a thing of the past, completely destroyed. After an instant of splendor, was endless darkness. That place also became a land of destruction. Only ashes left, becoming dust, drifting through the dark cosmos. Meanwhile, at the center of this storm was Meng Tianjing. The extremely dazzling scene just now was merely the stellar domains that were involved. The ruined immortal was nervous. He clenched his fists tightly, staring deep into the cosmos. What left him disappointed was that Meng Tianjing was still there, his eyes incredibly cold. He turned around towards this direction, staring at that immortal Dao expert from the restricted region. At this time, the immortal domain expert holding a darkness immortal gold mace became completely silent. He was dragged by Meng Tianjing, thrown into that darkness gate. That place seemed to lead to another great world, precisely like Immortal Domain's gate. He was dragged away just like that, disappearing. Then, a large hand reached over, a bit pale, grabbing out from that place towards the life-restricted region's expert. "Ho!" That expert roared out with everything he had, going all out. He produced a sharp blade, releasing dazzling radiance that illuminated the sky dome, severing the great universe. He wanted to kill Great Elder. Dazzling light illuminated that place. Great Elder was surrounded by black mist, carrying inauspicious aura. His skin was a bit pale, as if he was carved out of jade. He didn't have any emotional fluctuations, only his eyes deep, divine radiance flashing about. With a pung noise, he grabbed that sharp blade, and then also gripped the arm of the restricted region expert. Darkness surged, light completely disappearing. This expert also dragged away. Ah! The ruined immortal cried out, truly terrified. These were two true immortals. Yet they were dragged away by that person. This made him shiver all over. Just what kind of background did this person have? He turned around to leave, truly frightened, not wishing to stay for even a moment. However, he was just too worried, scared that he would be directly dragged back while fleeing. After all, he was already half ruined, far inferior to the two who suffered disaster. Surprisingly, in the back, it was completely quiet in the darkness. That figure only dragged away those two great experts, not paying him any attention. Hot tears poured down Xianxia's face, witnessing everything. That really was Great Elder. He was actually able to see him again. Senior, his voice shaking, extremely touched, and also full of emotions. He walked forward, wishing to get closer to that place. In his past life, Meng Tianzheng chose righteousness over his own life, fighting bloodily over desolate border, slaughtering those stronger than him, facing undying beings. In this age where immortal ascension wasn't possible, he broke through the barrier, becoming an immortal. However, at that time, his injuries were too serious, no chance to consolidate his cultivation. That day, he had to fight powerful enemies bloodily, and he also had to resist the inauspiciousness. In the end, when the battle concluded, he left just like that. At this time, Meng Tianzheng turned around to look at Xianxia, some slight waves appearing in his eyes, but soon afterwards, his eyes became pitch black and vacant. He slowly turned around, not looking back. This situation was just like what he experienced during Desolate Border's final battle. When he achieved what he wanted to, his body about to die, in the end, while carrying endless dark mist, he walked into the cosmos depths alone. Now, it was the same, just too similar. Xianxia was stunned. He reached out a hand, grabbing forward, but his hand suddenly fell, his eyes unable to help but shed tears. Great Elder. The one who will always be Great Elder to him. Was there really no way for him to return? After that battle, his life completely withered away, eternally falling into darkness. Great Elder! Xianxia screamed. In the depths of the universe, there was a gate, pitch black like ink, nothing inside visible. Great Elder Meng Tianzheng was handsome and heroic. Only, his eyes were pitch black. He continued to walk forward, not turning around again, disappearing completely. He really left, could not return. Great eras rise and fall one after another. Just who is it that looks down from above along the great river of time, coldly facing the changes of the world, the rotations of the great universe? If there is reincarnation, when will you be able to wake up? When can you appear again? Xianxia felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. He felt grief for Great Elder's fate in this life, full of unwillingness. He wanted to redeem things, but couldn't seize anything, powerless to change anything. Great eras passed one after another. If there was reincarnation, would Great Elder be able to revive again after millions and millions of years? At that time, who could he still meet? Who could he still remember? Xianxia left this place, returning to the 3,000 provinces. He didn't go to attack Immortal Palace again. He already tested things out. Immortal Domain had people who wanted to capture him, so they could naturally move out the people of restricted regions. This was a terrible age. For Xianxia, it was a cruel age. If he was even a bit inattentive, he might be killed. Become stronger, he had to become incredibly powerful, until the day came when no one dared kill Huang. When no one dared act rudely and unreasonably, no one dared to behave unscrupulous in this world. He thought about what some people from before said, the corner of the future he saw that foretold some things. I need to kill until no one in this world dares to claim sovereignty. Since there is going to be a great showdown, then let's just continue bitterly to the end. Xianxia walked alone, heading to Immortal tomb. He visited his grandfather and Amon, but the result was the same. Curse power surged here, normal people unable to approach this place. The two of them were actually still sleeping. They were unaffected, surrounded by the domain Immortal tomb released, their Tao foundations not hacked by the will of heaven. This place was extremely terrifying, the path of return for some type of powerful individual or clan, an unmatched expert who dared to participate in the Great Showdown. His methods were something outsiders couldn't even fathom. Even when corroded by the cultivation stripping, this place remained sturdy and unbreaking, Immortal tomb still like before. Hao left. He went into hiding in the 9 heavens above. For 3 whole years, he didn't cause any disturbances, experiencing the great changes of the cultivationless age, as everything became more and more dangerous. The will of heaven seemed to have locked onto him, continuously trying to burn away his Tao laws, make him return the great Tao. However, Hao resisted everything. He calmly cultivated for 3 years, making progress in his cultivation, officially entering a higher level of Supreme Being realm. If he was given a bit more time, he would definitely enter late-stage Supreme Being realm. However, he instead frowned. He sensed a bit of strangeness. In the past, when he was looking for a way to become a Supreme Being, the path wasn't too stable, a bit too rushed. Now, he could vaguely sense a bit of uneasiness. Even Jin Taijun had previously seen that his Tao skills weren't stable, previously mocking him for not being a true Supreme Being. There was naturally a reason for this. It's time for me to return to the lower realms. Deal with this issue. The reason why he only returned after 3 years was because Hao sensed danger. Realizing that Immortal Palace colluded with others, unwilling to give up on him, setting up ambushes. He rushed past, his body making his way through Crucifix Yang Earth, following that path into the lower realms. He didn't encounter any ambushes. After all these years passed, this place already became quiet. In the lower realms, spiritual essence was drying up, also entering a cultivationless age, moreover even more severely. In the restricted region, Hao saw that snow-white skull, hearing a sigh from the restricted region lord. However, he didn't stop, continuing on his way. He was in a bit of a rush. He rushed towards Wasteland region, hurrying towards Stone Village. At his cultivation realm, with a raise of his feet, the starry skies would be behind him. He naturally immediately returned. He stood on a peak looking at Stone Village. He released a sigh. That place was extremely peaceful, having laughter and shouts. The children ran together with some vicious beasts. It didn't seem like anything bad happened. When he approached, the heavenly deity tree shone. All types of divine medicines and spiritual herbs took in and released essence. Even though this place also entered a cultivationless age, it was far better than other places. He saw the dragon bones in the back of the village, as well as that copper coffin. It seemed like it could suppress the tragedy of cultivation stripping, stopping some type of corrosion. Right, immortal artifacts and undying substance will all have a set amount of results. It seems like some existences can live a bit longer through this. Hao said. The old clan chief Yunfeng was fine, just having some more wrinkles on his forehead. His hair that had become black again previously now showed a bit of white again. Hao felt a bit more at ease. Even the oldest elder still looked fine. The others naturally wouldn't be affected too much. It was because this place didn't have any old freaks who lived for millions of years. Their lifespans wouldn't instantly dry up. Apart from this, with the 9 dragons pulling the 3-world coffin, this type of immortal Tao objects here, this place was able to resist the corrosion. It made him feel much less worry. Uncle! Big bro! A group of youngsters flocked over. When they saw Hao, they were all excited and joyful. They already knew that a cultivationless age arrived, so they were always worried for Hao who hadn't returned for quite some time. You were gone for so long. These little brats were all worried. The big red bird nudged over. With me training them, these fellas Tao skills didn't decline, all of them advancing. The big black tortoise stuck its head out, showing off its accomplishments. Uncle, what happened in the higher realms? When can we slaughter our way back? A beautiful young lady asked. Some of these people were children who grew up in Stone Village, some descendants of desolate border's 7 kings that Hao brought back from Imperial Pass. Now all of them had already grown up. The so-called desolate border, the so-called 9 heavens 10 earths, are already a bit insignificant. In the future, the lands we must challenge don't have boundaries, great to the point of being limitless. The other side, the land of darkness, immortal domain, all of them might be places where our men will go. That is why you all need to become strong, follow my steps. One day, we will slaughter until heaven and earth changes color. Sun and moon lose light, stellar streams flow in reverse. The universe is overturned, Hao said. What happened? The golden lion walked over. Even though it always wanted to free itself from its identity as a mount, wished to betray and flee, right now it was still shocked. The others were also shocked. One day, even immortal domain might become part of the boundless territory they would march into? Nothing. Hurry and seize the time to train and cultivate, Hao said. We have always been cultivating bitterly. We are already itching to get on with it. When Hao heard this, he thought for a bit, and then said, all right, then I'll bring you to a place to examine your cultivation results. Real battle is the best way of training soldiers. Where are we going? Some people became excited, rubbing their fists. They wanted to leave this great wilderness a long time ago. 100 shattering mountains, or perhaps Western Tomb Realm, Hao said. Hao rested a few days in the village, the main reason because his parents and clan chief were here. He had left for so long, so how could these people be at ease? It hadn't been long since he returned, yet he was going out again. In the village, at first, he felt a bit unnatural because he saw Xianxia. She was still like before, calm and at ease, carrying a faint aloofness. After all these years, she was still the same, waiting in Stone Village, never having any thoughts of leaving. Xianxia came here to take care of Hao, even after he was crippled by the ruined immortal in the higher realm. She was still willing to follow him into this impoverished lower realm, willing to take care of him during his remaining years. Later on, they got married, but it was because Hao was thinking of a way to achieve the Tao, wanted to cut off his past, display his sincere convictions, forget about some past memories. Hao had a sense of shame, feeling like he didn't treat Xianxia well. He encountered several women in his life, yet the one who followed at his side was only this one. Regardless of the reasons, regardless of what happened, he shouldn't let Xianxia down. She is a woman who, even when she knew you were going to become a cripple, was willing to come with you into the lower realms, never leave you, take care of your ruined self. You need to treat her well. This was what Clan Chief Shi Yunfeng said to him seriously many years ago. In this world, perhaps the old clan chief was the one who left Hao with the deepest impression. He was the one who raised Hao, the reason why there was the current Hao, he was single-handedly brought up by him. Xianxia, if you are willing, in the future, we will be true husband and wife, true Tao companions. Hao looked at Xianxia, quietly saying this. There was no one nearby. Xianxia was baffled, her intelligent eyes brilliant. She was a bit speechless. After all these years, she actually heard Hao say this. Back then, he had also spoken flirty words, but that was just the teasing of a youngster who chased after vicious beasts, always made a racket about eating roasted meat. So how could she treat them seriously? It really was rare for him to be this serious. At the very least, when Xianxia was together with him, he hadn't seriously promised much. Xianxia's eyes turned a bit red, not saying anything. To have you beside me throughout this journey, thank you, Hao said. He gently embraced her, and then turned around to leave. He was making preparations, about to bring those vigorous and energetic youngsters to fight. He told them what to be mindful of, carefully warning them. After all, this was their first real combat experience. There might be danger to their lives. Remember, in real battles, flesh dying and Tao vanishing are a common occurrence. Today's brothers might become a pile of bones tomorrow. Without experiencing the baptism of blood and flames, you all can only be considered bean sprouts in a greenhouse. You won't be able to become heaven-reaching great trees. They went on their way. Xiling and his wife didn't stop them. They wouldn't interfere with Hao's decision. It was because they knew that their child had already grown up, now already a supreme being, a level far exceeding their imaginations. He had to consider his choices himself. The Xian also followed along, wishing to see what the legendary 100 Shattering Mountains would look like. Quite interested. It was because it heard that there was a monkey inside that was quite extraordinary. Harry Ball wanted to see what kind of species it was. This was a strange land, a sealed ancient small world. When one entered, their cultivation level would be suppressed, difficult to exceed the limit. This place would only open up once after every certain period of time. Back then, when Shihao entered, he was still just a small cultivator. He was at the Heavenly Passage realm. Too many things happened there. He got to know Hualinger, met Yunxi, and the others. Uncle, could it be that you want us to fight with the other creatures at Heavenly Passage or Spirit Transformation realm? Big bro, aren't the cultivation levels of the creatures inside just a bit too low? This was a group of fellas who went through many experiences, feeling like this place couldn't really test their cultivation results. This place can suppress the cultivation of those who enter, meaning that it was definitely created by some extraordinary being in the past. The reason why I am having you go out and explore yourselves is to search for the deepest secrets of this realm, and not only to deal with some creatures inside. Shihao said. Moreover, once these people's cultivation levels were suppressed, when they entered, they might not necessarily have it that easy. A bloody battle at lower levels was also a type of experience. It still wasn't time for the 100 Shattering Mountains to open. The small world here would only open once every so often. It normally wouldn't reveal itself to the world. Shihao stood in place. He carefully watched and then took action. He forcefully undid the seal. His current self at the Supreme Being realm had this type of ability. And the methods of a Supreme Being? He was shocked. This small world was related to a Supreme Being, the result of someone at this level. Kacha. In the mountains, a streak of black lightning rushed out, incredibly great, cutting through this world. The void collapsed, a small world then appearing. At the same time, endless white mist appeared, quickly surging, engulfing everyone like a tide, sweeping through all of them. What is going on? Those youngsters were all shocked, but they didn't panic. They completed their battlefield preparations. Some of them actually already cultivated heavenly eyes. They really were excellent seeds, shockingly talented. The entrance appeared. They moved in with the mist, entering this small world. Spiritual essence surged. The effect of the cultivationless age on this place was a bit less, likely because of the seal having a set amount of use. The skies were all white like snow. Dandelion seeds scattered about with the wind, carrying bits of radiance. The snow-white colored seeds danced about everywhere. Shihao's mind immediately sunk. He sensed a different type of atmosphere. This small world had some issues, different from his experience back then. However, he didn't say anything, standing in the very back, watching how these young men and women behaved. These youngsters didn't disappoint him. After all, some of them were born in the most cruel, desolate border, witnessed life and death in the original Imperial Pass. Some of them, when they followed him into the lower realms, already formed their memories, knew how to cultivate, the bitterness of desolate border forever engraved into their bones. Be careful. Don't let these seeds touch you. Be careful. Someone shouted. The natural laws here are powerful, but it hasn't suppressed our cultivation levels. It's different from what Big Brother Sure said. Something happened. We have to face it carefully. Even without Shihao's reminder, these people all became on guard on their own, reminding each other, facing their surroundings seriously. They all had sharp intuition, sensing that this place was unusual. Woo! A roaring sound could be heard, as if a ghost was crying. Snow-white dandelion seeds flew about everywhere, attacking these youngsters. Silver radiance flickered about, the snow wool-like seeds becoming incredibly sharp, wishing to penetrate everyone's flesh, take root inside. Hong! Raging flames burned the skies. These youngsters used their powerful true flames, burning the sky dome red, igniting all of the seeds. Pooh! However, there were still some who were weaker that were attacked by the seeds, which then pierced into their flesh. The seeds instantly spread their roots, sucking out their flesh essence, wishing to be born through this, strengthen themselves. Monster, you dare! The most powerful ones moved at almost the same time, rushing over, striking towards the ones who were weaker, helping them force out the seeds. Moreover, burn away the venomous blood. Get into formation. Kill all of them. Several people stood out, ordering their comrades. In an instant, this place divided into several groups of people, each one having 100 people. They didn't panic, their arrangement orderly. Every single one of them carried astonishing killing intent, forming a battle formation, and then pressed forward. Xianxia nodded. These youngsters weren't bad. They lacked practical experience but didn't panic. All of them were pliable elites. As they continued deeper inside, white bones were everywhere, the atmosphere lifeless. There was actually not a single running individual, extremely terrifying, as if they entered hell itself. There were plants and spiritual essence, but there were no vicious beasts, no vicious birds. This was different from Xianxia's past experiences. What is going on? Everything has died, white bones everywhere. Who did this? Was it all because of these strange dandelions? The big red bird cried out. Back then, it also came here. This was precisely where Xianxia captured it and brought it back. When they headed in further, they found that all of the vicious beasts and birds died. Many massive white bones, as well as rotting bird feathers, could be seen. The only common point was that the flesh and blood essence had all been completely devoured. Don't panic. If we see gods, we'll kill gods. If we see devils, we'll kill devils. The youngsters' leaders were all extremely calm. They walked at the very front, remaining extremely cool-headed, not scared at all. Demonic cattail tree. Xianxia recalled this name. In the past, he had previously encountered a powerful enemy in the 100 Shattering Mountains, precisely the demonic cattail tree's descendant. At that time, the world only had that single stalk. In that battle, he used up extremely great strength before finally defeating it, leaving it injured. When he left the 100 Shattering Mountains, the demonic cattail tree didn't come out, staying behind alone, taking root in this small world. Is it that tree? But that doesn't seem right either. Xianxia frowned. He remembered some things. It was rumored that in the ancient years, there was a demonic cattail tree with profound strength, chased by others from the higher realm into the lower realms, creating quite a disturbance in the 8 regions. It had devoured who knew just how many creatures. In the end, the entire world rose up, and only then was it destroyed with great difficulty. Apart from this, Xianxia had participated in Desolate Border's great battle, at that time learning about an extremely important piece of information. During the Battle of Immortal Ancient, there was previously an unmatched king. That was the demonic cattail king. That was an undying king, his strength too great. It killed countless experts of the 9 heavens. It was rumored that his cultivation would only be stronger than Scarlet King's, not weaker. One had to understand that Scarlet King was a freak, someone who had once devoured immortal kings with the Scarlet King cauldron. However, the demonic cattail king's fate wasn't great, encountering obstacles one after another, always clashing with the most powerful. It first fought against a true dragon, and then encountered 6 Dao Reincarnation's king. Then finally, when it fought until its eyes were red, it then went to fight bloodily with Without End Immortal King. It was killed by Without End Immortal King. However, no one could find its corpse. When the battle ended, its corpse vanished. All of you, be careful. There is something strange. Be more cautious. Xianxia shouted. He personally spoke up, making everyone's expressions become sluggish, their minds become taut. The past demonic cattail king, this really was a fierce character. The faces of all cultivators in the 9 heavens 10 earths would change when talking about it. The amount of people this expert killed was so high, it could form mountains with their corpses. It was extremely cold-blooded. Once this clan took action, normally speaking, there would be no living mouths, and those who died would all die extremely miserable deaths. Once the dandelion seeds flew about, took root in the flesh of enemies, it would definitely suck them dry, not even bone marrow remaining. This small world was lush with plant life. Only, there were no vicious birds or fierce beasts visible. Even the mystical monkey the Zhuyan was searching for didn't appear all this time. After traveling for quite some time, underneath a great mountain, A thick steel rod blocked their path. From this, they were convinced that that monkey clan leader had also died. On the ground were its bones, its death extremely miserable, skull even cracked open, signs of plants taking root inside, its brain matter completely absorbed. That demonic cattail tree really is a gourmet. I had already set my eyes on that monkey a long time ago, but in the end, it got there before me. The big red bird muttered, "Only, this joke wasn't funny at all, no one laughed." This small world swirled with spiritual essence, but there was also that type of silence and austereness, as well as a type of cold and gloomy aura, as if there were endless grievous souls lingering about. Chi! In the skies, a giant tree flew over, crushing down, carrying an extremely terrifying aura. Apart from the snow fluff covering the skies, there were roots that tore through the void one after another, taking root, surrounding many people, about to absorb their life essence. Even a premature deity like you dares to provoke us? A leader among the youngsters named Shizhong sneered, not feeling any fear. He formed a magical imprint with a single hand, symbols swirling about, forming a simple and ancient square imprint called Heaven Overturn. This was an inheritance from Desolate Border's original Emperor City. There were some things that Xianxia taught them, but there were many things that they inherited from their own ancestors. When the Heaven Overturn imprint shot out, this giant tree shook, sensing that things were bad, wishing to run. However, it was too late. With a honglong noise, this world seemed to have truly overturned. The noise great. There was a great explosion, the tree exploding inch by inch. This was the divine might of the Heaven Overturn imprint. The young leader Shizhong, with just an imprint, blasted this demonic cattail tree to pieces, extinguishing it in both body and spirit. Why is it so weak? I actually plan to leave a living mouth. It really is just a premature deity. That youngster mumbled. The big red bird was stupefied, and then it withdrew its neck. When it thought about how it usually ordered these youngsters around, urged them to cultivate, its face couldn't help but become a bit red. It was because it was clear that it was already inferior to them. This was a genuine true deity. Yet it really was like a premature deity, beaten up by this little fella. The new wave truly will surpass us one day. Us old fellas, have we truly grown old? The big red bird muttered weakly. It thought that others couldn't hear it, but there were some whose spiritual senses were just too sharp. Uncle Bird, don't be upset. Your respected self is only a few cultivation realms below us. There's no rush. From a cultivation standpoint, your respected self is still a younger generation youngster. The youngster named Shizhong giggled. Go and stay off to the side. I'm in my prime, an exceptional pride of heaven. A little brat like you is still far from being comparable to me. I just don't like to take action, leaving the vanguard to you all. The big red bird refused to admit anything. Ha ha! Ah ha ha! A group of youngsters roared with laughter. Don't slack off. There are abnormalities with this place. If there are premature deities, then there might be big guys too. A young lady said, her name Zhu Lin, between her brows a flame imprint. She was extremely tough, also one of the leaders. This was a land of death. Everything quiet, corpses everywhere. They already walked through a larger half of this small world, but all they saw was this result, withered up and frightening. Apart from plants, all other creatures had died. Not a single one remaining, slaughtered until there was nothing left. Was it the past demonic cattail tree? The big red bird asked Xianxia quietly, becoming a bit worried. Xianxia shook his head. The demonic cattail tree that died wasn't the one from the past. Back then, that stalk was extremely vicious, he had even fought with it. They hurried towards the central region of this small world, getting closer and closer. Will there be any problems? The big red bird asked Xianxia. If it is an undying being, it would have been too late from the moment we opened up this small world. If it is a mortal Tao creature, then there is nothing to worry about, Xianxia said. He had a set amount of certainty, confident that it wasn't the demonic cattail king from Immortal ancient great era. If it really was that creature, it would have taken action a long time ago. Why would there be a need to play around with them? Honglong. When they approached the central region, the world became dark. There was a giant tree that covered the skies. The dandelion seeds it released were actually black. This was a massive tree who knew how many times larger than the one from before. It surrounded the entire small world. When they arrived here, all creatures were surrounded under it. It had giant roots, lush and verdant branches and leaves, as well as ruthless black wadding that surged about. It was as if a hidden vicious dragon took action, wishing to destroy the world. Kill! Shi Zhong and Zhu Lin took action, striving to outdo each other. Capture this vicious being. Be careful. This is a self-release realm expert. In the back, someone reminded them. At the same time, the other leaders also became serious, slowly moving, ready to take action at any time. You aren't to fight over this with me. The warlike Shi Zhong spoke up, slaughtering his way into the skies. No, you already got rid of one. It is now my turn. Zhu Lin didn't back up, her fiery red long hair fluttering about. Her graceful figure was elegant and straight like a fiery phoenix, rushing into the heavens. Raging flames burned the heavens, attacking the demonic cattail tree. This group of brats are now this powerful? The black tortoise was also stupefied, feeling waves of shock. These youngsters, they called them young, but the older ones were already 30 to 40 years old. However, entering the self-release realm at this age was still shocking enough. Reaching self-release realm at 20-something years of age in the entire world, there was only one who did so, sure how. However, self-release realm experts in their 30s were also already rarely seen. The small stone village already had a few. Motherfucking. This fella, together with this group of crazy youngsters, what are they going to do in the future? Are they really going to march into Immortal domain? The big black tortoise withdrew its neck, becoming more and more scared the more it thought about it. Hong! In the skies, a black sea surged. The black wadding was surging, filling everything. But it was all burned up by Zhu Lin's flames. Phoenix cries sounded around her, raging flames overflowing into the heavens. This was the true Phoenix precious technique sure how passed down. She was a descendant of the 7 kings to begin with, had the vermilion bird's bloodline within her. So when cultivating this method, it would produce twice the results with half the effort, the power tremendous. Shi Zhong, if you stir up even more trouble, don't blame me for being rude, Zhu Lin shouted. I was clearly the one who attacked first. Fine. I'll just step aside for you. Shi Zhong was unwilling, but he didn't want to start an internal conflict, leaving this opponent for Zhu Lin. Ha ha. On the side, the other leaders were all outstanding individuals among these youngsters, not inferior to these two. They all laughed loudly. This group of fellas don't even place any opponents in their eyes. The big red bird released a long sigh. It is because they have that type of confidence. They are true heaven-warping geniuses. Swan Saint said. It had its life saved by Sure How, bestowed divine medicines, and was then left behind in Stone Village. However, now that this cultivationless age descended, it almost tormented it to death. At long last, it actually broke through its original cultivation realm, its lifespan lengthened. In the end, it still had to thank Stone Village. There was the 9 dragons pulling coffin there, protecting the village. Apart from this, there was the heavenly deity tree and other rare precious medicines, filling that place with essence energy. So they didn't have to worry about the drying of essence energy from the cultivationless age. Hong! In the skies, there was an intense clash. Zhu Lin turned into a true phoenix, tearing at that giant tree, hacking down many branches. That tree turned into the appearance of a middle-aged man, his face grave and stern. He gave Sure How a deep look, saying, I didn't expect you to return. However, it is already too late. One day, all of you will die. It's him. Sure How was shocked. Even after all these years, he could still remember. This was precisely that demonic cattail tree who had previously fought with him. You dare threaten my big bro? Die! Zhu Lin shouted. Phoenix wings moved. Behind her, there was a pair of scarlet red and dazzling immortal wings that moved across the skies. They were like 2 immortal swords, too sharp, nothing they couldn't cut through. With a kacha noise, the massive branches were hacked off, fiery light raging. Julin was like a phoenix bathed in flames as she fought against this black-clothed man. His blood were branches and leaves, the great battle extremely intense. After over 100 exchanges, with a hong noise, the phoenix wings intersected, sword energy raging. That middle-aged man was hacked into several pieces. He released a miserable scream. With a chi noise, dark light rushed into the heavens, his primordial spirit escaping. "Where do you think you are going?" Julin chased after it. With a so sound, accompanied by a streak of crimson light, another figure rushed over, directly sweeping out, restricting the demonic cattail tree's primordial spirit, striking it down. "Who dares fight me for achievements?" Julin asked fiercely. However, when she saw a dragon, she then laughed. "Turns out it was Great Master Nephew. Your methods aren't bad. Since it was you who took action, it isn't a problem." Some people snickered, only the crimson dragon scowling, a wave of anger almost shooting out of its nose, dragon cries sounding. One had to understand that 30-something years ago, this was still a silly little girl, eagerly following behind it. Now she actually dared to tease it. "If you dare speak randomly anymore, I'm going to beat you all down one by one," the crimson dragon said in annoyance. As a result, a group of people jumped out, including Julin, Shizhong, and others, all of them eager to give it a try. Several leaders cried out, challenging it. "Great Master Nephew, I'm not convinced. I want to challenge you. Big Nephew. Come, let's decide victory and defeat right here." The crimson dragon was speechless. The others were also speechless. "Just you brats? All of you can just come at me together." The crimson dragon erupted with rage. "Me alone is enough. Who is scared of who? All of you, be quiet." Xianxia berated. During this process, in the beginning, he only watched, not having any intentions of stepping out. It was because these geniuses had grown up, now enough to assume personal responsibility, but who would have thought that there would be internal conflict in the end? "We were just joking around." In the end, they carefully searched this small world. Apart from some demonic cattail trees, there was nothing else, everything pulled up by the roots. Xianxia wanted to search the primordial spirit imprint of his past opponent, but it was too late. When it was struck down, the primordial spirit began to burn on its own, this demonic cattail tree completely destroyed. When they searched the entire small world, they discovered an ancient coffin in the very center. Unknown what era it was from. Inside of it was only a piece of cracked skin that carried scales. Unknown what species it was. "And isn't it the demonic cattail king? Why does it have scales?" Xianxia was shocked. Apart from this, he saw a strange white bone altar. It was extremely small, not large, having 5 corners in total. This shape was a bit strange. At the same time, it seemed a bit familiar. 6 Dao Reincarnation disc? His eyes widened. The 5 corners were extremely similar to the corners of the 6 Dao Reincarnation's disc. In the past, he had seen it. A youngster whose entire body had divine flames raging around him held it. Its power great. That young man who was bathed in divine flames had a damaged reincarnation disc, but he had already disappeared for many years. In this place, he actually saw depressions on the white bone altar. If it was filled, then it would be similar to the reincarnation disc shape, but of course it was missing one corner. Could it be that someone obtained the other corners of the 6 Dao Reincarnation's disc? After completely overturning this place, they also obtained new discoveries. This was something seized by the Crimson Dragon, a small dragon that was bright and multicolored, incomparably brilliant, full of exceptional fragrance. An aging spring. Xianxia was shocked. In the past, he only obtained a few drops before that spring escaped. So that's what it was. It was actually an immortal spring eye. Xianxia suddenly understood. In the 9 heavens 10 earths, there were only those few immortal spring eyes. When the battle of Immortal Ancient ended, they all disappeared. There was actually one here, but it had long been destroyed, cut into a coffin. After endless years, the golden sand and others that were nurtured by spring water were dug up by Xianxia. As for the essence that was previously produced by the spring, that was precisely this small dragon. Xianxia had previously obtained a bit of the spring eye from Immortal Palace, part of the essence scattered, another small portion eaten by the little dog. The rest of it was still in the immortal spring pool Xianxia carried on him. Good. I'll leave this small dragon inside the immortal spring to be nurtured. It will become a true immortal spring eye. Xianxia revealed a smile. This was the greatest harvest this time. If it wasn't for the crimson dragon being here, normal people really might have a hard time finding it. This essence turned into a dragon form, flying through the skies and escaping through the earth, extremely slippery, concealing all of its aura. In the end, Xianxia and the others dug up a psychic flower and several other stalks of rare great medicines. Inside this small world, there weren't many other secrets. They left. Big bro, are we going back to Stone Village? Why don't we just directly hurry to Western Tomb Realm? When Xianxia heard this, he began to think a bit to himself, and then he nodded. Destination, Western Tomb Realm. Western Tomb Realm. This was a tomb. After endless time passed, all information regarding it already became unclear. Everyone knew that even in the outer regions of Western Tomb Realm, archaic vicious beast remains were piled up like mountains. There were great mounds everywhere, any random one of them a burial mound of a vicious bird or a ferocious beast. After endless years, there were many problems, strange things happening from time to time. Along the way, they advanced in a grandiose fashion, gradually approaching that region. I already told you all that Western Tomb Realm is extremely dangerous. When this old one went inside before, I saw it taking form, a heaven-defying process. You all absolutely cannot be careless. Third Blackie said, half showing off, half as a real warning. What it said wasn't entirely false. Back then, when Western Tomb Realm first took form, forming a world, there were already divine kings, heavenly deities, and others taking form, terrifying to the extreme. In the past, Xianxia, the big black turtle, and others secretly watched everything, avoiding those indistinct and strange creatures, and only then did they cross it safely. Otherwise, if they truly dared to clash head-on, not even bones would remain after they died. After all these years, they didn't know what was happening in Western Tomb Realm now. It definitely became even more frightening after all these years. Xianxia's impression of this place was extremely deep. The 10,000 spirit diagram was dug up precisely from this place, previously located on that altar. Back then, there were several other objects that rested next to the 10,000 spirit diagram, but it was the only object he acquired. We will be careful. Shizhong nodded. He was full of confidence, but he didn't become complacent. Uncle Turtle, don't worry, we aren't flowers from greenhouses. If there are any tribulations, they can just come. We should sharpen ourselves a bit too. Zhu Lin said with a laugh, purposely livening up the atmosphere. When they heard her say this, everyone smiled. If you all aren't greenhouse flowers, then who are? Only the crimson dragon put on airs, its face darkening, not playing along. It was because it truly hated Great Master Nephew. These 3 words, wishing to beat these fellas down a notch. Great Master Nephew, what are you trying to say? Do you not believe us? Zhu Lin giggled. Foolish little girl, what have you seen before? Only today did you truly fight to the death with others, right? The crimson dragon retorted. It admitted that the demonic cattail tree wasn't weak. Being able to kill it already proved Zhu Lin was outstanding. After all, the demonic cattail tree was a type of special creature. Once one matured, tens of millions of creatures would die. Along its evolutionary path, corpses would pile up, their essence absorbed. Through this type of growth process, it was impossible to not become stronger, even if it didn't want to. Master Nephew, are you bullying me because my age is less? This is where you are wrong. Forget about the demonic cattail tree. Even opponents who were 1,000 times stronger, 10,000 times stronger, I have seen them. No matter how cruel the slaughter in this world, before my eyes, they aren't much. The so-called greenhouse flowers, it is more suitable for yourself. Zhu Lin had a smile on her face. However, these calm words immediately made this group of youngsters become quiet. When they were young, what did they not experience? The undying beings attacked their cities. The 7 kings fought back, True immortals died. It was too miserable. The Crimson Dragon said, "You foolish little girl. What could you have experienced? I came from the original Emperor City, ate the corpses of the enemy. Ever since I was born there were vicious birds, fierce beasts. Even the weakest were heavenly deity-level vicious existences. We chewed through supreme beings, even chunks of undying beings' flesh." Zhu Lin said indifferently, "Nonsense. With just a little girl like you wanted to eat that type of powerful being? Even a drop of blood would be enough to kill you." The Crimson Dragon was unconvinced. "Ha!" Zhu Lin laughed, becoming a bit emotional. "If you were born in the original Emperor City that had been trapped for an entire great era, from past until now, only fought against the other side, I believe that forget about the flesh of ancient beasts, we've even eaten the corpses of humans. Ever since I was born, the giant city's spiritual veins had already dried up. No plants, no spiritual medicines, no normal food. There were only corpses. Other than this, what else were we supposed to eat?" Sure Hao released a sigh. This was reality. He had previously entered that city, seen how cruel it was. All of the children were like this, no exception. They wore tattered beast clothes, all of them dirty, covered in bloodstains. They could only survive by eating those corpses. Fortunately, they had powerful seniors. One of the 7 kings was still alive, helping them refine away all types of killing intent in those corpses, as well as the harmful substances. This was also the reason why their bodies were so tough, the reason why Sure Hao had such great hopes for them when he brought them out. Children raised under those circumstances, in the future, their accomplishments definitely wouldn't be low. Comparatively speaking, even the Crimson Dragon, a descendant of the Vicious 10, seemed like he grew up in a much more greenhouse environment. "I've eaten supreme being meat, even tasted immortal blood. Unfortunately, back then, I was still too little. Even after all of the killing intent was refined away by the seniors, as well as the things that could injure our foundations, I could still only eat a very small amount, moreover diluted in water." Shi Zhong added, "You all are now only 36 or 7. At that time, you were only 3 or 4 years old. What can you all remember?" The Crimson Dragon didn't really believe this. "At that time, I was already 12 or 13. I remember things well. If I say this, you should believe it, right?" On the side, Mu Qing said, "Let's stop here. One day, I will bring you all to the other side. Get revenge for all of your ancestors." Shi Hao said. There were some things he wasn't willing to recall again. When he entered the original Emperor City, there were flames burning one after another, the corpses of the undying beings, remains of true immortals as well. They were burned, the essence extracted to maintain what the ancient city needed. The battle was too miserable, it was a segment of bloody history. The Crimson Dragon now completely believed them. Through Shi Hao's expression, through the downcast expressions of those youngsters, it was sure that these terrifying things really were true. This time, I'll admit I was wrong. It rarely lowered its head in apology. "It's fine, Master Nephew, we've also had our wrongs. When we were young, we drank the blood of evil dragons. So when we saw you, we secretly thought that the taste of true dragons should be about the same." Zhu Lin giggled. The Crimson Dragon's face immediately fell, becoming dark again. It was clear that Zhu Lin's mood was still lively, not too depressed. There was a monument standing by Western Tomb Realm. When one went further in, they would step into a mysterious region. The entire world was dark. When they entered this place, a wave of gloomy aura poured out. A Taowu suddenly rushed out, opening its bloody mouth. It was like a small mountain, incredibly massive, its claws slashing towards everyone. Malevolent energy surged, making this place tremble. Pong! Shi Zhong took action, a fist smashing out, striking it back. Sure enough, it was just like the big black tortoise said. This creature was extremely strong, many of them at the heavenly deity realm. In the lower realms, this was really unimaginable. "It is much more dangerous than before," Third Blackie said. "In the past, when they came here, the wills of the creatures here were all blurry. They wouldn't take the initiative to attack others. As long as one was more careful, then there wouldn't be any dangers. However, it was now different. They already began to take the initiative to attack outsiders. Why do I feel like things aren't quite right? It seems to be half tangible, half spirit. Shizhong said. Shihao nodded. It was just like this. The spirits interweaved here, just like the initial stages of the void god realm. Those heavenly deities and ancient beasts appeared through remnant spirit, forming a mysterious country, a realm of their own. Of course, there was definitely strangeness involved here, or else these warring souls definitely couldn't achieve this on their own. A spiritual country isn't something that could be created just because one wanted to. Ao? A fierce tiger roared. When they entered the depths of Western Tomb Realm, a white tiger stepped on starry clouds, slaughtering its way over from the outside world, throwing itself at everyone. At the same time, ancient trees towered into the heavens all around them. Giant mountains rested imposingly. This was a primitive and savage scene. There were all types of flying birds and vicious beasts on the great earth, all of their blood energies overflowing into the heavens, locking onto them. This place isn't bad. It is a true land for training men. Shihao nodded. There were just too many vicious beasts, for example, Truho, Paishio, heaven-swallowing sparrow, thousand-armed giant, Taotai, lightning lion. All types of legendary species here. Many of them were at the heavenly deity level. Apart from these, there were even higher-level creatures. Back then, Shihao had also seen these creatures before, but they never took the initiative to attack him, yet now it was completely different. Kill! They didn't turn back, they were here to train themselves to begin with. Under Mu Qing, Zhu Lin, Shizhong, and the others' lead, they charged forward, incredibly ferocious. Shihao followed along. His brows gradually furrowed. As they charged in, even though the enemies were powerful, they were still pushing forward, heading deeper inside. Along the way, medicinal fragrance wafted about. There was a silver lightning tree that was incomparably brilliant, swirling with electrical radiance, filled with lightning fruits, strongly fragrant, making everyone drool with desire. Apart from this, there was dragon tongue grass that carried sparkling dew, growing in a great expanse, full of a sweet scent. This is a good place. There are actually all types of divine herbs. You all cannot randomly eat them. Third Blackie warned. The fruits and other things here were half real, half fake. The most important thing was that they contained toxins, carried death energy, extremely deadly. Back then, it almost died after eating just half of one. The further in they went, the deeper Shihao's brows furrowed, vaguely sensing that the situation was strange, that something wasn't quite right. When they arrived in the depths of Western Tomb Realm, those creatures had pretty much completely become spirits, all of them like primordial spirits. The plants and others were vivid and lifelike, the giant mountains majestic, but everything was made from spiritual force. This place is just like Void God Realm, Swan Saint said. Kill! Mu Qing, Shizhong, Zhu Lin and others took the lead, like a group of vicious beasts descending a mountain. Their auras were powerful, killing intent heaven overflowing. All of them extremely brave, pressing forward. Over there! Shihao was shocked. He saw some of the truth. Up ahead, the skies were hazy with radiance. There was a path. Western Tomb Realm merged with a world. A gate opened. Shihao's figure disappeared with a flash, directly rushing in. He wanted to obtain confirmation. That type of feeling left him extremely uneasy. Void God Realm. Western Tomb Realm actually merged with Void God Realm, refining a path. The destination leads directly to Darkness Prison. Shihao's mind surged, pounding intensely. Western Tomb Realm was half spirit, half tangible. Even his flesh was starting to integrate together. Then, after exerting a bit of force, his flesh made it through. He stood there, feeling as if he entered a swamp. His primordial spirit left his body, sending his body flying out again. The primordial spirit shone, advancing forward. With Western Tomb Realm as the foundation, as a key, Void God Realm's shackles are trying to be undone, opening the prison? He shivered inwardly, feeling more and more uneasy. The lower realms were a terrifying prison to begin with, buried within tremendous secrets. Only immortal domains' most ancient inheritances had detailed recordings. Only immortal kings knowing the truth. Western Tomb Realm actually had this type of secret, Hao's expression wasn't all that pleasant. This was extremely frightening. If those imprisoned were released from the prison, heaven knows just what kind great calamity would descend. In the past, immortal domains' ancient inheritances worked together to seal them all. How could that be someone of a small scale? The ones who were sealed were all true matchless great figures. Hao saw that this place was extremely well hidden. The area that had merged with Void God Realm was overgrown, underbrush everywhere, old trees withered, but all of this was right next to the prison region. Normally, who would notice this region? Void God Realm only had one path that led towards the prison, and it was watched tightly by those two elders. Now, there was actually a hidden path, a shortcut that led to this region. Hao continued forward. Soon afterwards, he encountered a wave of power that blocked his advance. There was a layer of sparkling and translucent barrier that hadn't been broken through yet. Good. The defenses here from back then are still strong enough. This place won't be affected for some time. Hao released a slight breath of relief. However, this was only an issue of time. If this continued for another few decades or over a century, sooner or later, there would be a huge problem. Void God Realm was not a simple place, not something an ordinary person could create. It was far more ancient than what everyone thought, most likely related to the methods of an immortal family. Hao examined this place for a long time, and then he slowly left. He needed to inform Coin Elder and Bird Grandpa, have the two elders make preparations. His primordial spirit returned to his body, turning into a void image, rushing out. Then, he immediately left Western Tomb Realm and sat down in a quiet place, entering Void God Realm. Brat, what do you want now? Elders. There is a huge problem. Hao didn't waste any time, quickly telling them what he saw, not holding back the severity of the matter at all. There really were still some unresigned people? They really are something. Able to use this type of method to break in, they definitely understand how Void God Realm was created in the past. There is a large shark running rampant outside. The two elders' expressions were incredibly serious. They quickly headed to where the prison was, personally investigating that passage. All of their expressions fell ashen, becoming incredibly serious. Fortunately, there were protective measures. This realm barrier won't immediately break. When the time comes, we'll see who it is. It might not be a big shark, maybe just a small fry that escaped the net back then, unable to stir up much waves. There are still some trump cards here. If it dares to come, it will definitely be in for a surprise. Will erase its body and spirit. When he saw that the two elders were full of confidence, Hao relaxed. He already did what he could, informing the two of them. From here on out, it would depend on them. Youngster, the reason why these lower realms are called a prison is actually twofold. There was a great vicious being whose primordial spirit was imprisoned in Void God Realm, while his ruined body was most likely buried in the 8 regions. If you have the fortune of finding it, eat it as soon as you can. It'll definitely help you greatly. When Hao heard this, his expression became uglier than crying. Where would he even go to find this? Even if he truly dug it up and ate it, if that existence one day managed to escape the heavenly prison, it might directly fight him to the death. Hao quickly returned to Western Tomb Realm, not using up much time. In the lower realms, he could complete this in an extremely short amount of time. Western Tomb Realm, right now it was extremely noisy. Shouts of battle shook the skies, the great battles here reaching a climax. There were people who were bleeding, some seriously injured, fighting a great battle against those creatures. Ancient trees reached into the heavens, mountains massive and imposing. This was a wild and savage scene. These creatures were all extremely strong, many of them heavenly deities, some even stronger, worthy of being a tomb where divine bones piled into mountains. The creatures that emerged were all extremely vicious. Mu Qing, Zhu Lin, Shi Zhong. All of them stood in the outer regions, brandishing their fists from time to time, sending out magical imprints, striking the massive creatures back to where they came from. These were the leaders, their strength great, taking action skillfully and easily, cutting off many paths, forcing some ancient beasts who wanted to break out back into their formation, leaving them for others to sharpen themselves with. Apart from this, they were also picking medicines. Even though there was poison and normal people couldn't ingest them, they were still picked. They could be brought back to have their essence extracted. On the lightning tree there were lightning bugs that flew out. They were like arrows, possessing astonishing destructive power. Some youngsters weren't careful enough, thus had their bodies penetrated, almost losing their lives. The current lightning bugs had evolved to an extremely high cultivation realm, much stronger than before. Oh! A 1,000-armed giant roared, its figure as tall as a mountain. It opened its bloody mouth, baring its fangs, incredibly malicious, brandishing its 1,000 arms. Only Mu Qing and the others could face him. Sure Hao moved with his hands behind his back, pressing forward. Quite a few vicious beasts threw themselves over, but they were all easily kicked to the side, left for the youngster to fight and temper themselves with. There were some giant beasts that trampled down stars, able to take in and send out the sun and moon, strength extremely domineering. However, before Sure Hao they were like straw men. With a flash of light, many of them were sent flying, no one able to stop his advance. A great golden path appeared. Sure Hao stepped on it, heading directly into the depths of Western Tomb Realm. He went to see that ancient altar again. This place remained unchanged. The altar was still a concrete object, still there, just like before. Even though it had been previously affected, suffering damage, it now recovered, as if it coexisted with the world. The things on the altar were still the same, just those few. Even after all these years, they still had the same aura. Sure Hao frowned. Even after all these years, when faced with this altar, he still felt like it was deep and immeasurable. One had to understand that he was now already a supreme being. Back off, all of you leave. Sure Hao transmitted sound, ordering all of the youngsters to withdraw in the direction they came from. They couldn't waste any time. He thought that now that he was in the supreme being realm, this altar wouldn't pose much of a threat to him anymore. But now he sensed bits of a mysterious aura. This place was a bit different, extremely mysterious. On that altar there were 3 artifacts in total. There was a hand bone that was golden in color, having mysterious and complex symbols, as if it was wrapped under a golden flame. There was also a skull, sparkling and translucent like a crystal, eye sockets extremely deep. If he stared into it, it was as if it would suck his primordial spirit right out. Apart from this, there was an eyeball that carried blood. Even now, it still hadn't dried up yet. It was just these 3 objects. They were incredibly sinister. After all these years, they still didn't change at all, the blood as if carrying surging heat, able to flow about. In the past, there was a 4th object, precisely the 10,000 spirit diagram. Sure Hao previously risked his life to bring it away. Sure Hao stood here for a long time without moving. All of those youngsters withdrew, including Mu Qing, the Crimson Dragon, and the others. Chong. In the end, he extracted the everlasting sword core, and then used the 10,000 spirit diagram as a shield. He treated this extremely seriously, and also acted cautiously, staring at those objects on the altar. Just like that, he didn't move at all, just staring at it. Extremely patient. Finally, there was a reaction, a weak voice sounding. Who is it that disturbs our slumber? They could actually speak, able to transmit this type of voice. Only, it was extremely weak, as if it was a candle flame in the wind, about to go out at any time. Sure Hao didn't say anything, calmly watching. So, suddenly, great waves transmitted out from the altar. That crystal skull was incomparably fast, shooting over like a silver streak of lightning, diving towards Sure Hao's head, wishing to smash into him. Dang! Sure Hao's reactions were fast, brandishing the everlasting sword core in his hands, hacking out with all his strength. The noise was deafening, as if immortal gold struck together, exceptionally ear-splitting. It really is unexpected. The past little fella already grew to this level. The crystal skull released a weak voice. It was sent flying. Then, behind it, the golden palm on the altar floated up, its aura withdrawn. However, there was still a type of pressure. Meanwhile, that eyeball became even more terrifying, still bleeding. It floated in midair as well, continuously moving, releasing malicious radiance. Dao Bones, Immortal Aura. Not a bad seed. Exceeding our expectations. That skull spoke again. It lacked flesh, speaking while moving its jaw just like that. And, How finally replied, "We can bestow even greater strength upon you." The skull said, "Bestow? We will gift it to you. How will you gift it to me?" Hao's expression remained calm. "It will depend on your choice. Of us three, you can choose one." The crystal skull said, "What if I choose the golden hand bone?" Hao asked. "It can merge with your arm bone, bring you incomparable strength, moreover make you a long life undying." The crystal skull said, "Long life? Then with that, would I be able to call myself immortal?" Hao asked. "Wu, what you expressed is extremely accurate. It is this intention." The crystal skull nodded. Immortal even if Hao spoke these words alone, he would still feel like it was extremely strange, making his mind a bit heavy. Was this the so-called long-life disaster? He actually encountered it too. The so-called long-life disaster was something he previously didn't clearly get to the bottom of. But now he had some guesses, saw some clues. "Are you all one creature? Or three different ones?" Hao asked. The skull and arm bone were clearly different colors. Moreover, that eyeball was too large, not looking like it would fit in the crystal skull. "One or three? Is it that important to you?" The crystal skull released bits of fiery light from within its eye sockets, purple gold in color, sinister and mysterious, making one feel as if even their soul would start pulsing. "I don't want the bones of others to merge into my own body," Hao said, refusing like this. "This was originally supposed to be an easily obtained strength for you, yet you are giving it up just like this. I cannot understand at all. If you merge with this bone, you can obtain everlasting power." The crystal skull said with a sigh. "That type of power is something I can cultivate myself." Hao replied. "There is a great golden path you can take, allowing you to rise up in the shortest amount of time. Why are you taking the long way? You have to understand that the world is now cryptic and difficult to understand, undercurrents surging. A bit more strength is a bit more power to protect oneself. Refusing like this is not a sensible choice." The crystal skull said. "Then what about what I have to pay?" Hao calmly asked. "You don't need to pay anything as long as you inherit this most sacred power. Ensure that it doesn't just disappear into this world for no reason." The crystal skull said. Hao shook his head, not saying any more. "Are you refusing? Or do you not believe me?" The crystal skull asked. "There was an extremely powerful individual who told me that the more powerful the existence, the more they would care about balance, pay attention to karma. Even though its relationship with me wasn't bad, it always carried out an equivalent exchange. Of course, it still scammed me. Alright, if you insist on feeling this way, then it can also be interpreted in this way. In the future, when you have the time, help us get our revenge, cut down our enemies." The crystal skull said. "You are not being honest." Hao backed up. Why did they not talk about this before? Only when they were unmasked did they ask him to take on a share of karma. This was most likely still not the truth. In reality, after Immortal Mu, Immortal Wang and Immortal Qin, he felt like this carried tremendous risk. In the end, he might die without a proper burial ground. He didn't wish to be caught up in more trouble. "Youngster, you are quite excellent. Your growth speed has left all of us shocked. Only, you have to understand that what this world lacks the most is time. You need to understand to cherish it. This is a chance for you to become a dragon. It will save you a tremendous amount of time. I am scared of being consigned to eternal damnation. I am scared that after I merge with one of you, when the time comes, I will no longer be myself." Hao was extremely direct, not beating the bush at all. If there was some scheming going on, there was no need to hide it. With the cultivationless age arriving, the world changing, the creatures of all regions have withdrawn. Now that terrifying times are approaching, the world is at peace. I don't think that I lack time. This is my chance. Hao further said. He then added, "If you all really have some type of plans, we can work together, grant me support in other aspects, and there will definitely be a return in the future. You all can see that my cultivation speed is extremely fast, worth roping in. Meanwhile, even if I don't merge with you all, who knows, one day, I might become your most powerful ally. Youngster, you are too cautious. We are not trying to do evil, even more so not trying to make you a part of us, but truly in admiration of you. The flames in the crystal skull's eye sockets became increasingly intense, gradually becoming deep like two purple golden holes, making one calm down. Gradually, Xianxia felt more and more at peace, his mind calm, all of his emotional fluctuations disappearing, actually about to fall asleep. Unknowingly, he suddenly felt drowsiness. Xianxia was already a supreme being, yet he almost fell asleep here, almost having his Tao ended here. Qi. Grass symbol sword art was released, transmitted through the sword body, streak after streak smashing towards the altar. The attack of a supreme being was enough to strike down the stars in the sky. However, the artifacts on the altar weren't ordinary after all. That golden arm bone immediately flew out. With a honglong noise, it struck down, covering heaven and earth, surrounding the void, covering all of the sword energy. After an intense clash, there was silent destruction. Countless black holes appeared, devouring the essence of heaven and earth. When this place became quiet, the altar was still there, the arm bone still as if cast from gold, floating in the void. The fiery light in the skull's eye sockets continuously flickered about, that eyeball still moving, staring at Xianxia. Youngster, are you trying to fight us to the death here? The skull said. You all were the first to make a move. If you all are going to be forceful, then I will act appropriately, Xianxia said. He had a set amount of confidence because if the other party was powerful enough, able to act completely unrestrained, then they wouldn't say anything to him, they would just directly take action and merge with him. In that case, then just leave. You don't even have any passion. We'll just be strangers from here on out. The skull said. I already said that if you all believe me, we can choose to cooperate. If we merge together, at most, it will just be recreating your past strength and my achievements in this life will most likely stop right there. Meanwhile, if you all are willing to help me, that might be a whole different world. Xianxia didn't immediately leave, instead saying these words. After remaining silent for a long time, the crystal skull compromised, actually agreeing. Xianxia's pupils contracted. He knew that they seemed to be rather rushed, not having much time left, or else they wouldn't have to go this far. Qi. That altar shrunk, becoming the size of a fist. Then, the golden arm bone, bleeding eyeball, and crystal skull all shrunk, still arranged there. The altar floated over, appearing in front of Xianxia. Xianxia didn't dare carry them on him out of fear of being affected by the Tao. Waking up isn't easy, the cost not small. You don't need to doubt us. We won't harm you, the crystal skull said. Since we are going to be walking the same path, choosing to cooperate, then are there some things you all can tell me? Xianxia asked. What do you wish to know? The crystal skull asked. Who are you all? Why are you here? What do you wish to do? Was this Western tomb realm created by you all? What kind of objectives do you all have in merging it with the void god realm? After a sigh, the fist-sized altar became silent. No reply could be heard for a long time. Xianxia didn't say anything either, calmly waiting. If I say that we are the defeated, beaten miserably, forgetting everything, will you believe us? The skull finally asked. I wouldn't be too convinced. Xianxia only had these 4 words. We were beaten into ruin, the true defeated, only having some shallow memories, we don't even remember our true selves anymore. Right now, there is only one will left in our minds, which is to return to our peak. We are long life beings. We wish to recreate our previous long life glory. The skull said. Xianxia's expression moved. Was this the long life disaster? There was a group of creatures like this. And? Do you not even know who the enemy is? We do not. There are only some imprints that haven't been erased yet. We are the defeated of the last small showdown. The skull said dejectedly. What? Xianxia was greatly shocked. Truly moved this time. They actually had such great backgrounds. The so-called small showdown had also happened too long ago, something from the endless past. At the very least, it was before Immortal Ancient. The final battle, the ultimate showdown, is about to descend. We are still unresigned. The crystal skull roared. Sure Hao thought to himself, feeling more and more that the future great showdown will be terrifying, involving too much. True old monsters will jump out from different great eras. It will exceed all imagination. What is going on with Western Tomb Realm? I believe you all definitely know this well. There's no way you forgot, right? Sure Hao was suspicious. Western Tomb Realm was accidentally created by us. We previously unexpectedly discovered a bone book. If you don't agree, you can take a look. When it spoke up to hear, the crystal skull opened its mouth, spitting out a scorched black bone piece. On it indeed some recordings. However, the crystal skull directly denied the merging of Void God Realm, nor did they wish to do some hidden great thing. There are others? Sure Hao wasn't really convinced, in half-doubt. There was indeed someone who came later, this something in the recent decades. He was doing these things, but we didn't pay it any attention, showing mutual apprehension. The crystal skull said, "What does he look like? What kind of background does he have? Did you all see?" Sure Hao asked, his expression serious. His height was over a zhang, body carrying a rotting smell, as if he was a creature who crawled out from a mountain of corpses. He was unimaginably powerful, incomplete scales covering its body, but there was snow fur that fell off from time to time. The skull said seriously. When Sure Hao heard this, his scalp went numb. He sensed that things were really bad. From the skull's description, he immediately thought of the demonic cattail king. "Don't tell me it really was this creature? Let's go," Sure Hao said in the end. He felt like when faced with these three old monsters, it was difficult to see through them, and it was also hard to know if what they said was real or fake. The best way was to find another old monster, use monsters to deal with monsters. In the lower realms, there was a clear, excellent candidate, which was the Lord of the Restricted Region. He was a fierce individual who crossed the damn world, ridiculously powerful. Of course, he was also ruined, now only having half of his skull left. However, his will seemed to be incredibly firm, so he wasn't willing to disappear from this world. The fist-sized altar quietly floated up and down. On it, the crystal skull, golden arm bone, and the bleeding eyeball all became quiet, temporarily becoming still. Sure Hao reached out his hand, releasing a strand of light, and then a sphere of flames appeared, surrounding the altar, bringing it away from Western Tomb Realm's deepest parts just like that. He didn't wish to remain here much longer, because the one who was suspected to be the demonic cattail tree might still be alive, or else why would it have needed to act with such apprehension? It could have just immediately refined the three old monsters. Meanwhile, the reason why Sure Hao could even face the three ghosts on the altar was most likely in part because of that demonic cattail king who only had a ruined body left. However, he had to increase his cultivation as much as possible. This world was just too chaotic. Even though this world entered a cultivationless age, it was also becoming more and more dangerous. Once the most terrifying age arrived, the weak wouldn't have any hope of survival. Even if it was only for his family, for his friends, he had to continue living, protect everyone. Immortal Ancient's battle almost completely wiped out the 9 Heavens 10 Earths clans, let alone this time. Only heaven knew what was going to happen. The attack of a true immortal would make a sea of stars explode, let alone the true unmatched beings, the peerless immortal kings. Back then, the reason why the 9 Heavens 10 Earths were blasted to pieces, the reason why all creatures died miserably was precisely because of this reason. When unrivaled experts passed by, just any random gaze might directly burn ordinary cultivators to ashes. Outside, the battle was extremely intense. The main reason because new creatures appeared endlessly. This place was vast, ancient beasts concentrated. The primitive mountains rose and fell continuously, appearing one after the next. Ancient trees towered into the clouds. Pai Xiao, Luan, True Ho, 3-footed golden crow, and others treaded on the sky dome, moving through the horizon, flickering with dazzling brilliance as they charged out murderously. Mu Qing, Zhu Lin, and Shizhong all had injuries on them, traces of blood, while there were some others who couldn't move at all, now laying on the ground, protected by others. There were extremely powerful creatures who slaughtered their way out, leaving all the young leaders weary. The main reason was that there were just too many creatures here while they only had a few hundred. Xianxia stood there, still not taking action, quietly watching. With a sound, a large black turtle dove over, hiding behind him, looking around. Then, it patted its chest, saying with a startled look, "This tortoise was almost scared to death, motherfucking. I encountered an old tortoise who kept chasing after me. It was definitely a prehistoric giant." Honglong. A great mountain immediately collapsed. A large black claw appeared, directly crushing it. A giant black head appeared, belonging to a giant tortoise. This tortoise was definitely strong, its defensive strength astonishing, Stone Village's youngsters unable to do anything to it. The shining tortoiseshell seemed like it was cast from immortal gold. Kangxiang noises sounded as they struck its surface. Kill! Mu Qing took action. A lightning divine spear with astonishing penetrative power appeared in his hands. He became one with the spear, turning into a streak of golden lightning, advancing courageously. With a pu sound, this turtle at the peak of self-release realm was impaled to death. Hong! The lightning emperor precious technique surged with the divine spear at the center. Everything exploded. The surrounding vicious beasts were all blasted by lightning until they began to twitch. Their entire bodies scorched black, quite a few even more so directly exploding. Mu Qing's strength was one of the very best here. The craziest vicious beasts were coming out towards his direction. Yet he was holding all of them back. Even if this was just training, one had to be realistic. Creatures that were too powerful for other youngsters wouldn't be a self-refinement but rather life-threatening. Of course, every single one of them had to see blood, feel that type of crushing death atmosphere, and only then could they receive the tempering they needed and its sharpening results. They fought until they all went crazy. All of the youngsters were going all out. The people laying on the ground all staggered to their feet again as well, fighting while bathed in blood. Xianxia stood there, calmly watching all of this. Even though this situation was already extremely dangerous and bloody, he still didn't show any intention of taking action. All of this would depend on those people alone. They simply fought until the skies became dusky and the earth turned dim, sun and moon without light. Blood covered the ground, even crushed bones were visible, quite a bit of it from Stone Village's youngsters. The vicious beasts here fought unendingly. It really was hard to imagine just how many remains were buried here back then. The war souls truly countless. After being nurtured by Western Tomb Realm, they all developed sentience. Kill! Zhu Lin had 4 feathers stabbed into her body, as well as a bone spur. She was currently facing several vicious birds, fighting a deadly battle against them. Among them, there was a golden crow that had dazzling golden feathers. There were several that pierced Zhu Lin's body, dripping with blood. They continuously attacked her. There was a unicorn that was entirely snow white like jade, but it was extremely savage. After going crazy, it completely changed forms. A row of white bony spurs appeared on its back, one of them piercing through Zhu Lin's chest. This battle became more and more intense. At this point, everyone felt danger, feeling that they couldn't face their enemies like they did before. Kill! Eventually, they all became completely exhausted, all of their essence energy spent. However, the vicious monsters in Western Tomb Realm still continued to appear endlessly. Just how many remains are there? How can there be this many ruined souls and wills? They are half tangible, half made of spiritual force. There has even been demonic blood that revived. It really is strange. Xianxia said. The skull on the quiet small altar spoke up again, saying, "The remains number in the millions at least, or else how could this type of small world take form? It was formed by relying on them." "All right, today's battle will end here," Xianxia said. These youngsters were extremely stubborn. Even though they already long ran out of energy, some even dying, they still persisted on, fighting a bloody battle. Xianxia took action. With a wave of his large sleeves, all of the giant beasts flew out like straw men, completely clearing up this place, none left. Then, he personally took action, activating the essence unique to his supreme being realm cultivation, helping treat some people, helping them recover from their dying states, or else these people would have undoubtedly died. There are still some good things here, at the very least, for their cultivation levels, they should be great mending medicines. The Crystal Skull said, informing Sure How that there was another treasury deep beneath Western Tomb Realm. Get up, dig into the ground, Sure How ordered. The youngsters always obeyed Sure How's words, doing whatever he said. Even though they were exhausted, they still immediately got up, starting to move their bodies, treating this as a portion of their training. Earth and stone surged, the surface opened up. Everyone became shocked. There were many remains underground, all of them rare species. There were some that were as large as mountain peaks, some only the size of a thumb. However, there was one similarity, which was that they were all extremely powerful when they were still alive. As they dug further down, the earth layer was no longer withered, instead carrying a moist aura. Then, they dug into an older age mine to the extent where there was even ice with ice caves and snow holes. This place, the corpses here hadn't rotted, still retaining their flesh and blood, carrying exuberant essence blood energy. Sigh. These things, back then, we've already ate so much until we wanted to vomit. When the youngsters who came from desolate border saw these things, their stomachs immediately retched. The Crystal Skull became a bit speechless. It originally wanted to gift them some treasures, a great gift, because some of these ancient beasts' cultivation realms were extremely high. Their blood and chi essence, if they were extracted, would be comparable to divine pills and wondrous medicines. Bring them back, Mu Qing ordered. Everyone moved together, some sizing them up inwardly. The essence these vicious beasts and divine birds contained really was terrifying. Don't waste anything. When the time comes, extract the marrow. The essence there is the most astonishing. Shi Zhong said, extremely experienced. Wu, not bad. There is a half-supreme being corpse that even we can use. After the killing energy is eliminated, it can be used as great medicine for tempering the body. Zhu Lin nodded. In the end, they returned from a rewarding journey, bringing back large amounts of ancient beast bodies. Meanwhile, this wasn't all. According to what the Crystal Skull said, the underground depths had an even more terrifying level, one that might be dangerous even for Sure How to explore. There is a supreme being body? Sure How was shocked. If you search carefully, there will be even more powerful bodies. Their blood rare and precious, truly exceptional great medicines. They might not be that much inferior to immortal medicines. There are even stronger ones? Sure How asked. There are. The Crystal Skull nodded. Sure How began to think to himself. If there were even stronger ones, then just what level would they be? Wasn't this place a bit too frightening, actually having as many terrifying creatures? In the deepest level, it is where we are buried. The Crystal Skull said deeply. Sure How was stunned, and then he completely understood. Is the bone marrow in your bones still there? Do you all still need it? Sure How asked them quietly. The Crystal Skull stared at him, the purple golden flame within its eyes sockets slowly pulsing. That golden arm bone also slowly floated over, while that bleeding eyeball also looked at him. Sure How decided to stop, not asking anymore, no longer thinking about those things. Seniors, since this place is separated into several floors, buried within are these types of treasures. In the future, I'll have to ask you to please treat these descendants kindly. Sure How asked. You wish for us to lead the way, guide them in their training here? The Crystal Skull asked. Precisely. Sure How nodded. Do you not fear that demonic cattail king? I am not scared of it myself, and with seniors looking after the youngsters, I believe there should be no problem. Sure How said. We have attached importance to you, but you are now making us teach and escort these brats? The Crystal Skull was unsatisfied. Come over here. You all still aren't paying your respects to these seniors? Sure How exclaimed. The group of youngsters lined up in an orderly manner, walking up at the same time, greeting them respectfully, showing great respect. They returned to Stone Village, starting to extract the marrow, extract the flesh and blood's essence, refining all of it into divine pills. These were all invaluable great medicines. As for Xianxia, he brought the small altar and the 3 creatures with him, directly seeking out the Lord of the Restricted Region. When they just approached, the Lord of the Restricted Region already sensed something. Unlike before, he rose into the air, white clothes purer than snow, countenance like jade, standing in the air, looking down on this place. Kindred spirits? He spoke up, his voice carrying a bit of charm. If he could still revive, this would definitely be an extremely beautiful man, possessing an exceptional temperament. The small altar swayed, the crystal skull, golden arm bone, and the bloody eyeball trembled, even feeling a bit of uneasiness. They felt a type of powerful pressure. Dao brother has gone so far down your path. I just knew something was up. How could this brat agree so easily, moreover saying that he was bringing us here to establish good karma? Turns out he wanted to intimidate us, hateful. Heh! Which great era did Dao brother live in? When did you transcend? At that time, forget about the crystal skull, even the golden arm bone and that eyeball actually released divine will fluctuations, conversing here. Should be later than you. Have you all gone into the dam? The Lord of the Restricted Region asked. You went there before? The crystal skull was shocked. That is the source of all chaos. You were able to return alive after entering? The bleeding eyeball's gaze was deep. My body has already died, but my Tao remains persistent. Remnant will wandering the world. Heart carries unwillingness. The Restricted Region Lord said. Then, the Restricted Region Lord greeted them modestly, inviting them to sit down and drink some tea, have a chat. However, the 3 of them didn't have bodies, and they couldn't make their true bodies appear, only able to continue floating above that altar. Xianxia was greatly shaken. He knew that he really brought these 3 monsters to the right place. It was still better for the Lord of the Restricted Region to chat with them. He also wanted to understand some truths. 3 respected individuals, please. Snow clothes fluttered about. The Restricted Region Lord looked indescribably transcendent. Even though he had already passed away, he still remained confident and at ease. No matter how one looked at him, he still seemed like a true immortal that was banished into the world of mortals. He made a pleased gesture, having the crystal skull and others land at the edge of the thatched cottage. Not far out, jade bamboo swayed, releasing rustling sounds, carrying a fresh and clean scent. In front of the thatched cottage, Cosmos Lake was sparkling and translucent, stars filling the skies, gathering into a lake. Truly was quite the spectacular sight. The 2 Tao children, 1 male 1 female, appeared once more as well, standing behind the Restricted Region Lord, bringing over tea, tending to the guests even though the 3 wouldn't drink it. The altar became half a person in height, landing on the ground. Were you all killed by that fella who raised a group of chickens? The Restricted Region Lord asked, his expression serious, chatting about the 3 creatures' downfall. Xianxia was stunned. What kind of words were these? An expert who raised chickens? This was just a bit too absurd. Suddenly, he recalled some things, recalling which one it was. He had personally heard Chao Yuxing roar out from a different time-space, mentioning some things. Among them, there was a creature who had some true phoenixes at his side, raising them at his family entrance like chickens. Just how domineering and terrifying of an existence was this? Could it be that the one the Restricted Region Lord spoke of was this individual? It truly is shameful. We were killed by others, primordial spirits shattered, now not knowing the karma from our past lives, only a few memories remaining. We only know that we fell during that showdown. The crystal skull said, speaking as if it carried endless melancholy. You do not have any impression? The Restricted Region Lord smiled, speaking to himself. Then he mentioned a creature, saying, killed by the one who sold fake medicines? It seems familiar. I do not know if we share any karma. The crystal skull said. This made Xianxia couldn't help but make more guesses. Selling fake medicines? This saying was too strange. Just what kind of terrifying expert was this? It was definitely not an ordinary creature. Even though it was strange, Xianxia felt like there was definitely something extremely terrifying involved here. Could it be that existence? Sure Hao had previously heard that there was an existence whose body was divided into 6 pieces, sealed into 6 different pieces of long-life medicines. Truly was shocking. Only this existence was related to medicines, but in the end, he received this type of nasty title? If it's not him, then the one who slaughtered pigs? The restricted region lord smiled again, calmly asking like this. Sure Hao became completely speechless. Just what kind of titles were these? It seemed like these taboo existences all had their unique sides, or else why would they have this type of name? Slaughtered pigs? Dao brother, are you cursing or mocking us? I can faintly recall that there was an individual who slaughtered all creatures, killed the number 1 figure of all clans. The creatures who died were all called pig tribes by him. The crystal skull's expression was bitter, saying with a light sigh, to be more precise, I should have called him the butcher, an existence that should have been chopped into mincemeat by all clans. I wonder if his body and spirit have already been erased. The restricted region lord said to himself. Sure Hao listened from the side, wishing to speak up several times. The restricted region lord gave him a look, saying, there are some things that won't bring benefits to your cultivation if you hear them too early. It's best if you advance 1 step at a time. Once you reach that level, you will naturally become aware of them. Sure Hao recalled the restricted region lord saying the same thing about the world of darkness, and sure enough, there were great terrors involved. Even Shuchuo was an evolved darkness being. The other side had even been corroded before. Ever since Emperor collapse, great eras have passed one after the next. These people and things, in the end, will at most be a splash in the great river of time. Even if they were the leading figures of their times, even if they stirred up heaven-reaching waves, when all of history is surveyed, they still might not necessarily be able to rise above. The restricted region lord said it like this. Then he thought about himself, shaking his head. His body was ruined, only half of his skull left. What was even left? There was only an unresigned will still wandering this world. In the end, Sure Hao listened to everything in puzzlement. He only knew that the true scene behind the dam was the source of chaos. Truly terrifying things laid behind there. No wonder Willow Deity would disappear there, having its own objective, its own reasoning. Could Willow Deity still return? His chest immediately felt tight. Even one as powerful as the restricted region lord could only crawl back with a ruined body, only half a skull remaining. Seniors, I wish to train and cultivate by the dam. Sure Hao suddenly said, asking them, are you trying to tell a joke? The purple golden flame in the crystal skull jumped, actually becoming a bit cold. Sure Hao didn't become discouraged, extremely directly stating that he had visited that place before, personally stood in that region. Of course, he didn't dare cross the dam. That was indeed a terrifying place. Corpses at the immortal Dao level hanging on the dam. Their remains left behind. Truly was shocking and horrifying. I only wish to train myself on this side of the dam, and not truly cross over. Sure Hao further explained. From the past until now, as great eras rose and fell, the most powerful creatures, once they reach the end of their cultivation paths, will all wish to head there. It is indeed a good place. The restricted region lord exclaimed in admiration. Then he laughed with a slightly cold voice. He said, when one's cultivation has reached its limit, flocking over like moths to a flame, following the path to their own doom, this is only something those old fellas who are tired of living are willing to do. Youngster, do not be over-ambitious, just cultivate properly. If you can cultivate to true immortal realm, then you can go and gain some experience. Otherwise, you should stop thinking too much, the crystal skull said. Even someone as powerful as itself, even though it had headed there, back then, it didn't dare take half a step past the lightning pool, never heading to the other side of the dam. That was why when it learned that the restricted region lord was able to return alive, it became extremely shocked. How about this? As long as you can cultivate the supreme being realm to perfection, I can consider providing you with a transport formation, bring you there. The restricted region lord actually loosened his tone. Sure Hao had gone there before, but the path he took was inconceivable. No way it could be replicated now. Only this old freak had another path he could take. I even want to bring those youngsters there. That region has a lightning abyss. An excellent place for tempering them. Xianxia muttered. Your own self is imperfect, yet you still have the mood to care about others? You should reflect on yourself first. Impatience for results. When one's cultivation speed is too fast, it will make your Tao foundation unstable. The restricted region lord ruthlessly pointed out his weakness. Xianxia sighed. This was the truth. Even Jin Taijun was able to see through this issue, let alone this type of unmatched great figure. He had always been thinking about his own path these past few years, even wishing to cut down his Tao foundation, start over from the beginning. You have two choices. The first is to continue using the immortal breaking curse to refine your true self, making it through all the pain and despair, slowly erasing your hidden dangers, refine a golden body this way. The other choice is to completely start over from the beginning, the restricted region lord said. On the side, the crystal skull was shocked. It never expected this youngster to have actually been afflicted by the immortal breaking curse, yet he was still completely healthy, surviving without an issue. Let's try tempering with the immortal breaking curse first. Starting from today, I'm going into seclusion. I definitely won't come out of seclusion before I become a complete supreme being. Xianxia said. He had heard too many secrets, what raising true phoenixes as chickens. This was just too shocking. Normal accomplishments weren't anything special at all. Then just head into that golden palace. This time, the restricted region's lord pointed at a golden palace. Having Xianxia head inside, endure the terrifying torment of the immortal breaking curse. Xianxia braced himself. Each time he went inside, he would always endure the torment of the immortal breaking curse. Even though it wasn't the first time, he still couldn't help but break out into cold sweat. Immortal breaking curse, this was the most painful punishment in this world. Once it erupted, while cutting down one's Tao, it would make one go through an endless suffering, both spiritual and carnal. 3 days later, Xianxia's entire body was covered in sweat, blood pouring out from his body as well. Upon closer inspection, there were even some crushed bone remnants. It was hard to imagine just how the immortal breaking curse tormented a person. Even after 30-something years, this type of torture still existed, moreover becoming increasingly painful. However, according to what the restricted region lord said, this was extremely normal. The later the stage it was at, the more cruel it would become. The crystal skull looked like it had seen a ghost, staring at him strangely. There was someone who could stick it through without having their Tao erased? What have you learned? The restricted region lord asked him. I am starting to wonder if this might be the world's most cruel cultivation method. Changing one's Tao, continuously crushing it. It seems like one's cultivation will be crippled, but in reality, it's being tempered like true metal in a flame. Xianxia replied. Even the restricted region lord revealed a strange expression. This was precisely a Tao skills crippling ancient method. He really didn't intend for Xianxia to gain this type of enlightenment, because reality wasn't like that. However, since he said it himself, the restricted region lord became quiet, telling him to continue persisting. Senior, I wish to fight. When I saw the up and coming youngsters in Stone Village bathe in blood to temper themselves, it left me quite touched too. Ever since I left Desolate Border, I haven't fought relentlessly for a long time, Xianxia said. In his opinion, seclusion cultivation wasn't just sitting there in meditation, it could also be endless battles, comprehending the Tao through life and death struggles. All right, I'll send you somewhere. Have you witnessed just how powerful the clans that faded away are? The restricted region lord said. He opened up a path, sending Xianxia into primal chaos. There was a ruined world there. Even though everything is already dead, summoning their war souls is still possible. Fight to your heart's content, the restricted region lord said. This was what he had prepared beforehand for Xianxia but never used it. Before reaching the supreme being realm, coming here would only signify death. This was a supreme being battlefield. Kill, Xianxia charged in. As soon as he stepped inside, he encountered all types of creatures, forced to fight intensely. 10 days later, Xianxia came back out, his entire body covered in blood, bones broken and muscles snapped. He fell headfirst onto the ground, almost fainting. One could imagine just how shockingly terrifying that battlefield was. I am going into seclusion to reflect over what I've learned. I will return. Sure Hao said his goodbyes to this place. After secluding himself for half a year, Sure Hao entered Void God Realm, fighting in the Darkness Prison. This was also a place for him to temper himself. After fighting for an extremely long time, he went into seclusion again to comprehend his own methods, ponder his future path. Just like that, Sure Hao began his crazy cultivation, inspecting himself through true battles, through blood, his Dao skills continuously advancing.